Dr. C.H. Baburao, Principal, Priyadashini College of Pharmacy, Gurgaon, and Dr. K. Narendra Kumar Reddy, Principal, Vikas Pharmacy College, Vijayawada. Please, sir.
Very good morning to all of you. It gives me great honor to introduce the speaker of this session, Professor Shashikant Rai. Professor Shashikant Rai currently is an associate professor in the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences at National Institute of Technology, Raipur, and holds a PhD from IIT Chennai. Dr. Rai interdisciplinary research integrates linguistics, neurolinguistics, cognitive neuroscience, psycholinguistics, language processing, emotional cognition interaction, and EEG-based brain research. Dr. Rai has published extensively in various reputed international journals and has authored and edited various books in the areas of neurocognition, language emotion, and social behavior. His research has been supported by prestigious funding agencies like ICSSR, DST, UNICEF partner organizations, and NIT Raipur. Professor Rai has successfully supervised multiple PhD scholars and has delivered numerous keynote addresses, invited talks, expert lectures, and research methodology sessions at various national and international forums. His major contributions include research on language and brain interaction, emotional language processing, social linguistics, discourse studies, multilingualism, computational neuroscience, and machine learning applications in cognitive science. He has organized several international and national conferences, workshops, and faculty development programs, and serves in numerous academic and administrative positions at National Institute of Technology, Raipur. Professor Rai has many achievements like 25 plus peer-reviewed international journal publications with a great impact factor, and also is an editor of internationally published academic books. He is the principal investigator of multiple funded research projects. He has been PhD coordinator and research lab in charge at National Institute of Technology, Raipur. He is an invited keynote speaker and resource person at the various national and international events. He is a ninth member of major linguistics and neuroscience professional associations. With this great introduction, I would like to invite Professor Shashikant Rai to deliver a talk on cognitive and linguistic biomarkers, relevance in mental health. Professor Shashikant Rai, please come on to the dais, please. Thank you. And in this regard, I would like to thank my friend, my colleague and our fellow principal, Dr. Bhargav Garu, for giving me this great opportunity and making me a part of this prestigious session. Thank you very much.
Good morning to all of you. Thank you so much, Principal Sir, giving nice introductions. And it is a great privilege for me to be here. I am really thankful to organizers and the principal of Memorial College of Pharmacy inviting me to deliver on this particular topic. And without wasting time, okay, this is very important. We talk about the time today. Okay, so what exactly the topic that I am going to speak today is cognitive and linguistic biomarkers relevance to mental health. So, and somehow it is very new to all of you because we don't know what does it mean when you come to cognitive science or cognitive terms. And we know more or less linguistics is about language, And cognition is about the way our mind process information. Okay? Without language, we can't think about mind. What is mind and what is brain? Always we have representational causal conflict. What is that? Because mind is abstract, we can't see it. It is invisible. But what exactly visible is brain. So that is why mind is the abstract representation of a brain. Brain is the concrete representation of mind. That is what exactly the tussle between cognition and brain. Okay. Without language, we can't think about mind because everything what we process is only language. So that is why there is a triangle. We call it mind, language, and thought. Without language, we can't even think about mind. So that is why mental health, if you want to reveal the state of our mind, we need to understand language. Through only language, we can reveal the state of mind. All of you are going for interview. They will ask question. They don't bother about the answer. They want to understand your mind because they want to offer you job. So that is why through language we can understand others' mind. There is no other way. That is why language is called one of the components of human mind. The most important component by which we can't even understand others. It is not about language, it is about also body language. Your eye movement can reveal the state of what we call mental health. Those who have abnormality, they never used to make eye contact, used to see downwards. We can observe from the language and we can observe from non-language. They never used to make eye contact. That means eye contact can reveal the state of mind. So that is what exactly it means when you come to this particular topic. So that is why I will talk about today. There is a crosstalk between cognition and language that I have already talked about because there is an interaction and there is a close cooperation between cognition and language. That is why the limits of my world is about my language because if I don't know language, I can't even understand, I can't even perceive anything. All sense organs from tactile to body language to voice, eye contact, all these have some sort of a relation with language. That is why language is the key by which we can understand the mental health. And all of you know, mental health problem is quite apparent. Okay? Out of person will find out one patient who have mental disorder. So that is why it is due to somehow climate change, it is also contributing to mental disorder, and digital toxification. We used to have more screening time, we use more mobile. It is also contributing to mental health problem. In addition to climate change and digital toxification, we have social problems, family problems. All these factors are responsible for mental health problems. So that is why we need to find out the cause. We need to find out also what exactly the issue and what kind of a cause is contributing to mental health. All of you know biomarker. Biomarker is somehow one kind of a characteristic symptoms. Okay, that is objective oriented. That is not one time. It is frequently occurring, episodic way. So that is why we need to find out what are the characteristics. Okay, that is related to mental health in relation to cognition and language. We call it a language biomarker. For example, always when I was child, my father used to tell, don't speak, I move. We call it move. I have to do it. Whatever I know, I know. I don't want to listen. So, frequent use of I is one of the language biomarker that can reveal the state of what we call mind. The person who are depressed, they used to have more I representation, not we representations. They never used to speak, we will do. They used to speak, I have to do, I am unable to do it. That means I is the emergence, what we call, that can relate to depression and anxiety, one kind of biomarker. We will come to this particular pronoun when we come to language, all of you know noun and pronoun. Okay? And mental health, what is it and why does it matter for a human? Because mind controls everything. The central computing system that we have. And how it emerges with us, it never emerges with animals. No one has mind except human. Where does it come from? Where does it come from? It comes because there is an emergence of self. No one has self-representation. Only human has, because we have language. Language makes us unique on this planet. We are dominating not because of technology. We are dominating not because of money and wealth. We are dominating because we have language. That inspires, that motivates, that dominates. That is the key parameters that we have. That is why mental health is very important. We need to take care. We need to take care. And it will be taken care by language. Language is not only the factors by which we can reveal the state of mind. It can also make us good human. That is why cooperation, pro-sociality, cooperation and pro-sociality matters, and that is through language. Without language, there is no pro-sociality, there is no cooperation. So that is why we can survive as a human because of pro-sociality and language, what we call pro-social language. What is pro-social language? That establishment say cooperation, harmony. That is why if you speak to any patient, you need to have language that can change the landscape of our human mind. So that is why language is not not only the factors by which we can reveal the state of mind, it can correct also human mind. That is why it is just like one kind of a therapeutic solution. Just like we have meditation, we have yoga, and we have also habits that can change the what we call mental setup. That is why cognition is a computational processing or mechanics of human mind. And in presence of language only we compute. That is why there is an emergence of a mental computation. We process information fast, we can process information slow, but we never process. Those are in the state of coma, they process it, but they process it too slow. And time, there will be no processing at all. It is only sensation, and there is only encoding, there is no decoding. So that is why we talk about also emergence of a cognition in humans. All of you know linguistics is study about language, and there is a hierarchy in the language. We have sound, then we have word, then we have phrase, we have sentence, then we have discourse at the end. The highest unit of language is called discourse. That is why this entire room, okay, it is one kind of what we call discourse. Okay, it's a visual discourse, it can be oral discourse. Okay, if you take this particular room, it is a visual discourse. It represents meaning. It has particular representation because there is an order. All of you are systematically sitting. Language is also systematic. All elements are arranged in a particular order. If there is any imbalance or disorder arranging the elements, then we can understand the state of mind. That is why many patients, they never used to plan, they never used to arrange the elements in subject or object order. So that is why we need to understand language of the patient so that we can even relate to mental state. And as usual, we'll take two components. One side we have cognition, and second side we have language. That is what we call cognitive or neurocognitive biomarkers, and we talk about also linguistic or language biomarkers. All of you know it. Which element is important in language? Which element? Anyone? Which component of a sentence is the key that we used to focus while editing, while perceiving, and while decoding? Which element, which part of speech?
Maybe verb.
Verb is the key element that always make balance. And because of the verb, we can arrange other elements. That means verb controls other elements. For example, if you take verb kill, somebody should be killer and somebody should be victim of the actual kill. So that is why kill is the verb that controls not only time, it also controls who is doing that particular action and who is victim of that action. That is why in language, biomarker, our focus will be verb. Verb is the key component of language. That is why we call verb is the nucleus of the sentence, because it represents time. Without time, there is no meaning. There is no meaning. Without time, there is no meaning. This particular discourse, there is a timing. I have to finish. That is why time is the key. That is why all of you go to Mahabharata, all of you to any epic, you will find out I am speaking time. That is why time is the nucleus of the sentence. If you start writing a novel, you have to set the tone. What is that tone? First is the time. You have to select either present tense, past tense, or future time. So that is why we need to select first time. And time is part of our language. Because we represent time through language. We have past tense, we have present tense, we have also future time. So that is why, hopeless, I am not going to do any work. My future is dark. What does it mean? It means I don't have future time in my mind. And it reveals the state of mind. And in present tense, I don't have future. And those who don't have future, those who don't have a dream about future, they don't have any life. So that is what it means, language that it means. And as usual, all of you can employ methods to reveal it. Okay? And we'll talk about electro instrumentality, all of you to go for easy. Okay? And discourse analysis, as I have mentioned, is the highest unit of language that we use to record and we use to also analyze it. And application, implication, all of you know, and it has wide application from the point of view of policy planning. Not only policy and planning, we can even clinical point of view, we can observe, we can implement, we can take corrective measures before going to establish the clinical symptoms. Okay? We can have also diagnosis that is non-clinical. Okay? We have clinical diagnosis and we have also non-clinical diagnosis. Language helps us to establish non-clinical diagnosis. So that is what it means when you want to understand what exactly the relationship between cognition, language, and mental health. There is an interactions. We know cognition, that is communication, is not possible without language. And without language and cognition, there is no mind. There is no mind, which is abstract. No brain, brainless. Because there is no cognition, there is no language. We are equivalent to animals. Less than eating, less than talking. Next to human is dolphin, not chimpanzee and monkeys. In terms of cognition and communication, not language. They have communication system, but they don't have language, hints of communications. So that is why we have close interaction between cognition, language, and mental health. All concept, that is called image. All concept, all meaning, all types of meaning are formed because of the presence of language and cognition. That is why image is equivalent to MXL and MXC. Very simple equations. Okay? So that is why we are human because of all these two. And sometimes in evolutionary biology suggests we are human because there is a presence of language. Language is the go-to humans. And all of you know mental health rates are high, but responses are insufficient. Okay? Look at the data for the West Coast. Look at 1 billion people worldwide live with mental service. That is why time will come or will be in the path of hope disorder if we are not going to take it. Okay? That is why suicide rate is very high, extremely among youth. What is the cause? There are two types of cause. Social, climate, that is called epigenetic factors, not only gene that is responsible, but also we have environment like climate and digital toxifications. That is why we need to look But this particular problem, which is going to have evolutionary breakup, okay, so that we may not, okay, survive in future because of our mental health problems. And mental health disorder is very high among females, and as compared to males. So all of you know, you have to educate one female to educate all family. So you need to first take precaution to save the life of all females. Okay? So that is why, okay, females are more vulnerable. Okay? Children are more vulnerable. Widows are more vulnerable. The reason behind it is affecting them more than male. So we need to take care. Eating disorder, anxiety disorder, and depressive disorder all are above 60%. Someone doesn't have appetite to eat. That is a cause. Okay? And anxiety, all the time thinking about, okay, what we call negative bias. Don't have positive frame of mind. Okay? And always we have depression, anxiety issues. Financial, social, climatic, digital toxification. 4 factors are responsible for all eating disorders, sleepless, anemia, don't have sleep. All of you know, sleep is also contributing to our economy. Okay? Because if you are sleeping less, obviously it is not productive. Okay? So that is why first three disorders are important that we are going to address. Okay? First one is eating disorder, anxiety disorder, and depression disorder. That is what we call depression and anxiety. So that is why it is very important for us to take care of the vulnerable groups. Okay? Females, youth, and children, and older. Okay? So that is what it means when you come to looking at the biomarker that we are going to talk about or we are going to have. Okay? And we have what exactly the biomarker? An ideal biomarker should be objective, reliable, valid, reproducible, sensitive, and clinical meaningful. That is language can also provide biomarker. It is clinically improved. Okay? And we need to talk about neurocognitive biomarkers and linguistic biomarkers. Language can be considered as a biomarker for revealing the state of a human mind. Okay? And we have very important topic that is mental health. Why does it matter? Because it is a positive state of mind as opposed to negative. Okay? So that is why one side we have positive state of mind, that is mental health, that is what is called healthy mind. And we have also unhealthy mind. Okay? What is healthy mind? Just able to move appropriate to situations. We handle all types of situations healthy. But unhealthy, persistent sadness, loss of interest, I don't want to work. Okay? I don't have appetite to eat. I don't have adequate sleep. All these are contributing to what we call unhealthy. Okay? That is called unhealthy systems. Clear thinking. Your thought is, you have clarity in your thought, you have also clarity in your expression. The two principles of communications. Okay? You speak from mouth, but you think to your mind. There is a coordination between mind and mouth. If there is any imbalance between mouth and mind, obviously that is what we call unhealthy. Okay? What you think, you don't speak also. It happens, but doesn't happen regularly. It is not persistent. So that is what exactly we are going to look at. Positive state of mind, positive self-esteem and emotional regulation. You regulate. Okay, one day you are sad, next day you are happy. Fine. You have plasticity. You can control. You can adopt new situation. That is healthy mind. But not continuously sad for 1 month, for 15 days, for 1 week, consistent. That will add to what we call unhealthy, the symptoms that can recognize, and language that can reveal. The language that can reveal what exactly persistent sadness to speak, which tone that you use. Is it sad tone? Is it happy tone? Your language is happy, but your tone is sad. You are not revealing, you are manipulating. Your voice is sad, but language, the word is happy. Same word can be spoken happily, and same word can be spoken angrily. Same word can be spoken sadly. So you are employing tone. Which one you are going to take? Language or voice? Which one is primary? Which one is primary for understanding mental health? Language or voice? Voice, not language. Because we manipulate language, but we don't manipulate voice. The intention behind, okay, any event, not only, okay, doesn't only come from language. It comes from your body language, your eye contact, your voice, what we call paralinguistic features. We don't manipulate because we don't have control over it. So that is what it means to understanding the mental disorder. So that is why cognition refers to a process of acquiring information, okay, presenting information, and transforming, storing, and using information. You can be slow, you can be fast while taking decision. Okay? You are quick, what we call acquiring the knowledge of fast learners, or you can be slow learners. Okay, so that also reveals what exactly you have in terms of cognitions. Okay, first component of cognition is attention. Okay, it is a perceptual mechanism to create our focus. Many times I can focus to only one, or I can focus to whole class or whole auditorium. Okay, in terms of local, I am focusing only. If I will say, think about a jungle, you think about a tree or you think about the jungle as whole? Which one? It is jungle or tree? Which one? You will think jungle as whole, or you can think only one before going to perceive jungle as whole. So that is why we have two types of attention. One is global, the second one is local. You can think about London, or you can think about Guntur. There are two types of personality. So that is why language that is embedded with your attention can also reveal your personality. You can be locally situated, think about only self, or you can think about all. Leaders used to have global attention. Okay, so that is why we have two types of attention, global and local. Okay, so that is why those who have mental disorder, they think about local, what can they think about. They perceive I more frequently, not only perceive, but also pronounce. They use more frequently I, that is self-centered, that is local. But they hardly used to speak about we, that is global. That is why language can reveal two types of attention that we have, local and global. just like we have, jungle and tree. There's a relationship between jungle and tree. That is what exactly we call total and. Okay, so we have also memory. It can also reveal. Okay, you can think about, okay, your just recent episode, or you can think about past episode. You allocate your what we call a resource, cognitive resource. Okay, that is what we call neuron firing. Your neurons will fire in a particular direction. It can fire very slow. It can fire with high magnitude. Okay, so that is what exactly we store, what exactly episodes. Okay, the memory. Okay, the temporary memory and permanent memory. Something you remember forever, your lifetime. Okay, and something you remember day-to-day basis. You forget it. Okay, so you give more importance to your past or past episode, or you are going to give more importance to the present episode that is happening to you. Okay, so allocating resource to remember is part of your memory. That can also reach the state of mind and representation of the brain in terms of memory. We have executive functions. Okay, always we take decision by using our frontal brain. Frontal, what we call frontal part of our brain. Okay, and we plan. Okay, always there is a conflict between irrelevant information and relevant information when you take decisions. Okay, decision is important because there is a conflict between relevant and irrelevant information. For example, red is written in red and red is written in green. Which one will you process very fast? Red is written in red, you process very fast. It is well established paradigm in cognitive science. Because there is no conflict between color and meaning of the word. But in second case, there is a conflict. If you ask, attain what meaning ignoring color? Because there is a conflict between color and what. So that is why in our day-to-day basis we used to also have conflict. Because there is a conflict between what is relevant, what is irrelevant. So when you look at executive functions, we always separate relevant information from relevant information. Okay? Patients those who are suffering from depression, they don't even identify what is relevant, what is irrelevant. You ask where you are coming from, you will say, I have 2 children. The reason behind what is relevant, they never answer it. So that is why they have a problem in executive functions. They don't plan. They don't execute. Why you are coming to medical? My uncle was there as a doctor. And he was a nice person. They speak irrelevant things. And that is why there is a problem in frontal part of the brain. Because there is no clarity. What is relevant, what is irrelevant according to the person. So that is what exactly it means. We have executive functions that can also reveal the state of mind. And we have processing speed, as I have mentioned. You can think fast, you can think slow. Okay? Those who are thinking slow, they have a very specific problem, what we call processing speed. Okay? And those who have depression, they used to process very slow. And and there is no wiring to the brain. Don't use cognitive resource because all resources are irrelevant because they don't have future perspectives. They are hopeless. That is why suicidal tendency comes when somebody go for negative bias and think about there is no future because future is now. And we always take down what sentence meaning and discourse. That is what exactly language and social cognition is very important. Social cooperation. Okay? We can combat mental disorder by enhancing social cognition. That is emotional. We need to give emphasis to positive emotion, not negative emotions. All of you know there is happy, there is also sad. Both are negative. What is the difference between happy emotion and sad emotion? Positive is happy, sad is negative. But what is the difference between angry and sad? Anyone? What is the difference between angry emotion and sad emotion? Both are negative, but one is constructive. Sad is constructive. You realize, you correct yourself. That is sad. But angry is destructive. You always want to destroy something. So that is both are negative, but one can correct the self, but other one doesn't. Okay? So that is why we used to say, children, please listen, but they don't listen. Okay? I used to send the question paper for the next students. I used to ask, which emotion, emotion, okay, decrease or delimit our listening skill? That is angry emotions. When you are angry, you don't listen. Okay? So that is what exactly it means. You need to control the social cognitions. Okay, so always there is a cognitive conflict and this particular conflicting task. Okay? Those who have mental disorder, they don't even recognize and identify the conflict task. The second one, they don't segregate what is relevant information, what is irrelevant information in a conflicting state. And they even don't optimize the options whatever available to take the decisions. And finally, they don't resolve the conflict. That is what exactly the decision making process will be slow for mental disorder. That is why we have two regions. One is anterior cingulate cortex and prefrontal cortex. Anterior cingulate cortex used to, okay, first identify the problem and conflict. Any conflict. It may be conflict in our day-to-day life between husband and wife. It may be conflict in college. It may be conflict in your office. But anterior cingulate cortex, that is the disease, okay, that is the frontal part, that because of frontal part we are human, we take decision. Okay, anterior cingulate cortex always recognize the conflict and the prefrontal cortex always resolve the conflict. There is a coordination between anterior cingulate cortex and prefrontal cortex. That is why I have given that task, identify the, adding the meaning, ignoring the color. Okay? And these two regions are involved. Finding the conflict between color of the word and meaning of the word. And as I mentioned, we need to talk about neurocognitive biomarkers. That is the neural representation of mind. Okay? In a concrete sense, not abstract sense. And we need to look at also linguistic biomarker of depression. What depression? Because depression is what exactly killing, okay, and always going against human survival. Okay, one why more people are depressed than any other mental disorders. So we have eating disorder, anxiety disorder, and depressive disorders. So that is what exactly the data, okay? And I'm not going to talk about depression because already we have. Okay, so what kind of methods that we use to identify mental disorders? One non-invasive techniques that we use for what we call electroencephalography is, okay, and it always reveals event-related potential here. Okay, if I will give one event, then I can record the representation or computational part of the brain, then I can look at the way they process. I simply give two words, I and we. Okay? And normal, healthy mind or brain will process faster, okay, and quicker, I than we. But depressed person will also process, but it will process much faster than normal and healthy brain. The reason behind it is that in temporary memory we store, okay, both I and we, but more frequently occurs in case of a depressed person or healthy person. So that is why processing may be fast, but much faster. You can say I, not in the case of we. So that is what exactly we look at the event, that is I and we, then we record the what we call neural activities of the brain, then we reveal which part of the brain is processing I and which part of the brain is processing we, and what is the magnitude, what is the neural firing, what is the conjunction, that what we call oxygenated blood that go from one direction to another direction when you are going to process the what exactly information. This is easy, and this is what exactly the setup that we use to record the brain. Okay, and these are all technical things that we use to employ while analyzing the brain signals in terms of, and these are the regions. We have frontal, then we have central, okay, then we have parietal, occipital regions of the brain. Frontal part is very important for decision making. That is why depressive individual don't even resolve the conflict. They don't take any decision, and they will be confused. If you send them to grocery, they don't buy anything, come back, because they don't prioritize what to buy for their family. That means there is no neural planning in the frontal part of the brain. There is no executive function, planning, systematic planning. So that is why we need to look at different regions of the brain, that is prefrontal, anterior frontal, frontal, frontocental, frontotemporal, central, temporal, temporoparietal, parietal, and parieto-occipitals. Okay, and we share that side of our brain with animals, but we don't share, okay, frontal part of the brain to any animals. Okay, the reason behind we share emotion with animals, but we don't share our decision making and when we take decision, and there is a presence of language in our temporo or frontotemporal regions of the brain to any other animals. That is why no animal can even come, okay, with us to learn language. Okay, so that is what exactly it means when you come to look at what kind of a task that you are going to give for revealing, okay, state of human mind. That you can give circle, you can give square, okay, circle will come 90% and square will come 20%, and they have added only circle. Okay, on that basis we can also look at how they are attending frequent stimuli and how they are attending event stimuli. Okay, so these are different tasks. You can give local and global attentional tasks. Okay, think about family, think about one individual from the family. You will find out depressive person, they don't think about family, they will think about one person. That is the cause of pressure. most probably husband. Okay, so that is what exactly individual centric, not family centric. Okay, that is what exactly family is the global and individual person is the local. So you will find out even attentional task. And what kind of signals that we used to get is 300. All of you can see here. This is what exactly the 300 that is a peak. Okay? And low amplitude for patient, but high amplitude for control groups. Those who don't have. Those who are not depressed. Okay? So that is why P300 component is called what we call the biomarker of cognitive neuroscience biomarker of depression. P300 component because at 300 there is a positive peak and that reveals what exactly clinical point of view that reveals the state of mind whether a person is depressed or it is healthy. Okay, so that is what it means. Even if you go to bipolar disorder, affective control, and the major depressive disorder, MDD, you will find out major depressive disorder or bipolar disorder, they are slow. The firing is very low as compared to healthy control groups. So that is what it means when you come to the brain regions. You can see in central regions, okay, MDD, major depressive disorder, neural firing is very less as compared to healthy control groups. So that is what exactly we record and we feel that ERP component P300 is recognized as a neurocognitive biomarker to diagnose the clinical depressive disorder, which is well established and it can be implemented. We can even do research on, okay, how the depressive person of these particular diseases are processing information. So that is what exactly can be taken as a, okay, what we call preliminary evidence to extend our research to find out the group persons how they are processing this particular stimulus and task, whether there is a P300 component or something else that we can establish. As far as language is concerned, I will come to exactly the findings. Okay, so this is what exactly the form. And those who are depressed, they used to have negative forms more as compared to positive forms because negative state of mind. So that is why I don't is higher, 9,000. You can look at MI score, high point. The frequency is also very high. Okay, so don't will come more frequently. I don't want to stay. I don't want to lay. All these words are very frequent. The frequency of the word can determine what exactly we call diamond of language. Okay, so that is why tense, which tense they used to have? They used to have always what exactly we call present tense more than past tense. Okay, present tense is higher as compared to past tense and future tense. Future tense is hopeless. They don't have hope today. That is why they don't use future tense. For them, life is complete to end at the time. So that is why we need to enhance the future tense so that they can have a balanced life. They should have dream to live, not dream to suicide. Okay? So that is what it means when you come to language. And first person singular pronoun, injurious. Okay? I, always, no we. So we need to enhance we need to suppress I in their discourse so that we can bring back them. Their lives should be revived. Okay? They should have the glory to not survive. They should think about their life. Okay? And these are all findings. Okay? So these are all what exactly implication. We can take language as a biomarker to understand the mental health. For example, God is the key element, key component that can reveal the state of mind. not only word but also dance. So that is why language is not only a what we call biomarker to reveal, it can also revive. It can revive. We can save the life by using language. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to speak.
Thank you so much for your insightful and thought-provoking presentation on cognitive and linguistic biomarkers related to brain. Now, I would like to request Dr. K. Narendra Kumar Reddy, Principal of Vikas College of Pharmacy, Vijayawada, to deliver closing remarks. Please, sir.
Very good morning to all of you. Good morning. Thank you for your response. Happy to be a part of this, and before going to closing remarks, I want to add upon one thing which we have missed in adding.
Thank you very much, sir. Sorry for the.
So, I'm very grateful to be a part of this conference, and I know the time is running out, and I have to introduce the chairperson of today's session, Dr. Babura Garu. So, it's my immense pleasure to introduce him. He is a very eminent personality in the pharmacy field. So, he is having a vast experience, more than 30 years of teaching experience. He has mentored, he has sculptured many students. Like, I may be one of the students because he is contemporary of my teachers. So I know him very well. He is having a vast experience. He has mentored many doctorate students. Now also he is guiding, supervising more than 6 doctorate researchers, and he has published more than 200 research articles and review articles in very reputed and good scholarly rated articles and research-oriented journals, and he is now he has been awarded as the best teacher in the year 2009 by JNU Kakinada, and now he is serving as a member of the Academic Council Board of Studies of Pakistan and Nagarjuna University, and he is contributing significantly to the pharmacy curriculum and active researcher with a global outlook. Rao has established collaborations with prestigious institutions including IIT Kharagpur, University of Javier, Libya. He has also a very vast experience in having a multifaceted orientation, is having cosmopolitan knowledge, he even worked in international organizations. So his experience would come to us, and really we are grateful to be having him here. And thank you very much, sir. And apart from him, I would also add upon a few words regarding our principal, Dr. Bhargav Mission. And he is presenting to me, he is my junior in studies. Apart from academic relation, he is like my brother, and I have been observing him throughout his career. He is a very dedicated and hardworking person. He is always ready to help students, and even he always have interest in the research orientations, and with his hard working today, very happy to be a part of this. And coming to the closing remarks, so the session is open for having any doubts related to this speaker, Dr. Krishnan Sarangaru. He has traveled all the way from Raipur to give a good presentation to us. So if you are having any doubts, the session is open for you. Okay, then if you are having any questions and answers, the organizers will provide for mail ID. You are free to contact him through his WhatsApp or mobile. So, sir. Okay, thank you very much, sir, for the session. Actually, I want to add up on one thing. He has stressed a topic which is very required at a point of time, because he has stressed certain things like depression, certain things what we are facing in our daily life related to the usage of our brain and everything. And I want to add up on another thing is relevance and irrelevance. Sir, very fortunate and unfortunate being in the academic profession, we will get the answer of relevance and irrelevance. And the question what we given it may be relevant, but the answer what we get from the students may be irrelevant. So the right thing what we get, send it. Anyway, the session is very informative and it would add upon ideally added. Thank you very much, sir. And thankful for the organizers to giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, sir. It is our privilege to invite our chief guest, Dr. P. Srinivas Reddy, sir, Secretary ma'am, advisor, sir, and Global Secretary, sir, Dean of Academics, and principals.
అందరికీ గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ వన్స్ అగైన్. నేను ఇక్కడ శశికాంత్ సరాయ్ గారు నా మెంటర్ గా చెప్పుకోవడానికి నేను చాలా ప్రౌడ్ గా ఫీల్ అవుతున్నాను. హి ఈస్ వన్ ఆఫ్ మై మెంటర్స్ ఇన్ లాంగ్వేజ్ అండ్ బయోమార్కర్ ఫర్ మెంటల్ హెల్త్. నా ఫస్ట్ గురువు గారు ప్రో ఛాన్సలర్ గారు మన అడ్వైజర్ గారు జగన్నాథ్ రావు గారు అయితే, సెకండ్ మెంటర్ నాకు శశికాంత్ సరాయ్ గారు ఫ్రమ్ ఎన్ఐటి రాయపూర్. ఆయన వచ్చి ఇక్కడ ప్రెజెంటేషన్ ఇవ్వడం అనేది నాకు చాలా హ్యాపీగా ఉంది. అనే టాపిక్ మీద క్వశ్చన్ ఆన్సర్స్ ఏమనుకోవద్దు సార్, ఫ్లైట్ టైం అవుతుందని పోతున్నారు. ఎవరైనా క్వశ్చన్ ఆన్సర్స్ ఉంటే మనకు లైవ్ సెషన్, వీడియో కాల్స్, అలాగే వీడియో ప్రెజెంటేషన్స్ కూడా యాక్సెప్ట్ చేశారు సార్. సో డెఫినెట్లీ విల్ బి హ్యావింగ్ కాంటాక్ట్ విత్ శశికాంత్ తలై గారు ఫర్దర్ ఇన్ ఫ్యూచర్ విత్ ఏఎంరెడ్డి గ్రూప్ ఆఫ్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్స్, ఎస్పెషల్లీ ఏఎంరెడ్డి మెమోరియల్ కాలేజ్ ఆఫ్ ఫార్మసీ. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్ sir for your valuable presentation as well as very valuable inputs to our students, not only to students, to the faculty members like me to do research in this area. Thank you so much sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am. It is now time for the felicitation of our chairperson, sir. Let us give a big round of applause.
సార్ కొంచెం దగ్గర సార్ ఇటు చూడండి సార్.
Thank you so much, sir. Now
Sir.
I would like to
ఓకే
I'd like to invite our distinguished dignitaries to felicitate our co-chairperson, sir. Let us give a big round of applause.
సార్
Thank you so much, ma'am. Please be seated. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to our second technical session. It is my privilege to introduce Dr. P. Srinivas Reddy, sir, neurosurgeon, Guru. Dr. P. Srinivas Reddy, sir, is widely respected for his expertise and remarkable contributions in the field of neuroscience. His dedication to patient care, research, and education has earned him immense recognition. May I now request Dr. Jyotirmaya Ma'am, Professor, Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Acharya Nagarjuna University, to come forward and to give a brief introduction of our speaker, Dr. P. Srinivas Reddy, sir.
and management personnel, and I am privileged and proud to introduce our today's session, Dr. Srinivas Reddy sir. First of all, I would like to convey my happy Doctor's Day, sir, as today is Doctor's Day. Not simple word thank you is not sufficient to show our gratitude today as a part of Doctor's Day. I am humbly, truly inspired by your profile, sir. Please let me introduce yourself today. Dr. Srinivas Reddy, sir, MBBS. He has completed his degree from Guntur Medical College, and also he completed his MS General Surgery from Rangaraya Medical College. Sir worked as Assistant Professor in Neurosurgery Department, Government General Hospital, Guntur, nearly for 8 years. Also has expertise in high-end brain surgeries, advanced spinal spine surgeries, and keyhole brain surgeries, and vascular brain surgeries. Sir achieved Best Doctor Award twice. Can we give a round of applause now? Twice from Guntur District Collector, and also awarded Best Doctor from Guntur GGH for 3 consecutive years. Sir was known for the world's first case report surgery done for coastal dystosis, with split cord malformation type in 2014 with the help of Dr. YSR Arogyasri in Nizam's Institute of Medical Sciences. Sir did surgery for tubercular osteomyelitis of sphenoidal region presenting with lateral rectus in 2014. Sir also known for first navigation guided keyhole brain surgery. Also, sir did a surgery for a rare disease for a 4-year child with spots regularly in Japan and China. A child came with 3 legs and done rare surgery performed in Guntur GGH April. Also, sir bagged appreciation certificate from Sri Amitabh Bachchan, Bollywood famous actor. With these few achievements, I would like to invite our session speaker today with a lot of gratitude, sir.
Respected chairpersons, dignitaries in the dais, on the dais, and off the dais, and here enlightened staff and the students. Good morning to everyone. Now, I want to enlighten because there are so many students here. I will not go more technical. ఎందుకంటే బోర్ కొట్టేసింది కాబట్టి బోర్ కొట్టుకుని ఉంటారని నేను ఎంతవరకు ట్రై చేస్తాను. సింపుల్గా మిమ్మల్ని మోటివేట్ చేయగలిగితే చేస్తాము. I will try to motivate you as much as possible. Thank you. Now, I want to tell one most important thing which is related to engineering, pharmacology, biotechnology and medicine. The topic is neuronavigation. Will you start the session? Navigation, engineering to medicine. At the end of my session, you will be able to know why I kept engineering or bioengineering to medicine based on the navigation. Let's start. Not okay. This is the ancient days. This is the skull bone. All of you are seeing. That is the eyeball. This is the eyeball. From lateral side we are seeing the skull. Our skull. This is the eyeball. It means eye. This is the back part of the skull bone. This is the skull bone. Based on some landmarks, previously we used to do go for surgery. Now the technology has been evolved into navigation. Navigation is nothing but a 3D technology. Olden days, they will do like that in 1930s and 40s, and revolutionary happened in 1970s, around 1971. CT scan was implemented. Later on in 1977, MRI was introduced. The technology made everything easy for neurosurgeons. Previously, brain surgery means almost majority of patients will die. Now, most of the patients we can able to give life to them by the respected neurosurgeons. Next, what is navigation? It is nothing but a GPS for operating ground. You know the GPS, Global Positioning System, which is invented and operated by the US, and we are also regularly using. Suppose you want to go somewhere else, you want to from Narsapet to Guntur, you want to go. What will we do? Just we will sit in the bus and we will switch on the phone and we will on the Google Maps and we will go. Like that here also, this is the intraoperative operating room GPS, Global Positioning System. If you see what will happen, you want to go to Guntur in the car, just will switch on. What will happen from our cell or device, the signals will go to the satellite, that is the satellite. Next, from the satellite signals will be processed and again read back to our system, either device or phone. We can see the Google road map. This is called the digital maps. Next, based on that we will go. Just like as a navigation also, it is a tracking system. If you see, that is satellite will be similar to the camera, infrared camera. Next one is the computer is nothing but either cell phone or computer is equal to workstation. Third one is the digital maps corresponds to the CT and MRI. And fourth one, car corresponds to the tracking devices. Those are called the surgical instrument tracks. If you want to go, that is the real world, this is the map world. Just like as a car moving, here also the instruments are moving on the head. So exactly we can localize where is the tumor. Exact site we can localize and we will go for surgery. That is the major advantage, the new innovation, the revolutionary technology which made every surgery is very easy for neurosurgeons. I will tell in a detailed way how navigation works. First we have to get the CT scan. You are seeing that is the CT scan or MRI. From there we will get the scan and just we will load in this workstation. Data loading. Next what will we do? Just 4 landmarks will be taken. We will position, second image is showing this position. Third image is the registration. Just we will go for surgery. It is a very 2-minute process only. Intraoperative GPS. How navigation will be helpful? It tracks the movement of the surgical instruments, provides the exact position of the tool in the brain in real time. Pinpoint accuracy, minimizes trauma, and there is no damage to adjacent brain structure because brain is very sensitive. Even small tissue damage of normal brain will lead to a devastating complications like paralysis and speech disturbance, unconsciousness. So we have to be very careful. That's why navigation is a very crucial role. And the exact location and size of the incision also very less with the use of navigation. This is you are seeing here, one tumor is there. You are seeing the first image in pinpoint, one tumor is there. Exactly we localize the navigation probe. Not working. Here a small tumor is there. Here. All of you see very small tumor. Previously we have to open like this and we have to remove. But nowadays with the navigation we are making a small hole here. The tumor. That is the major advantage of navigation. So, awake brain surgeries. One concept I want to tell you, what is the awake brain surgeries? Awake means patient is awake. We will not intubate and we will not go give general anesthesia. Because in some areas, especially some areas tumors, and we look at it in functional areas, those are called functional areas. In functional areas, if tumor is located, tumor means brain tumor, gadda correctగా ఒక ప్లేస్ లో బ్రెయిన్ లో కొన్ని క్రూషియల్ ప్లేసెస్ ఉంటాయి, వాటిని ఫంక్షనల్ ఏరియాస్ అంటారు. అంటే అవి ఏం చేస్తాయంటే కాలు, చెయ్యి, మాట, కంటి చూపు, వినికిడి, మాట్లాడటం, ఈ ఆరుకి సంబంధించిన ప్లేసుల్లో కొన్ని స్పెసిఫిక్ సెంటర్స్ ఉంటాయి బ్రెయిన్ లో. అంటే మీరు చిన్నప్పుడు చదువుకునేప్పుడు కూడా అంటారు ఇక్కడ దెబ్బ తగలవడం అనేది జనరల్గా సామెత. ఇక్కడ ఎంత దెబ్బ తగిలినా ఒక ప్రాబ్లం ఉండదు, ఎందుకంటే ఇక్కడ పెద్ద రక్తనాళం ఉంటుంది, బ్రెయిన్ లో వైటల్ సెంటర్ ఉంటుంది. అలాగనే మన బ్రెయిన్ లో కాలు, చెయ్యి, మాట ఇట్లా క్రూషియల్ సెంటర్స్ ఉంటాయి. వాటిల్లో ట్యూమర్ ఉన్నప్పుడు మాత్రమే వేక్ బ్రెయిన్ సర్జరీస్ చేస్తాం. దానివల్ల ఏంటంటే చాలా యాడెడ్ అడ్వాంటేజ్. వివేక్ లో ఉన్న మన పేషెంట్ మనం గడ్డ తీసేటప్పుడు పేషెంట్ కదలికలను చెక్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. ఇప్పుడు సపోజ్ ఈ రూమ్ లోకి రావాలనుకోండి, మనం ఈ డోర్ ఒకటే ఓపెన్ చేస్తే ఈ డోర్ నుంచి వచ్చేస్తాం. కానీ 360 days లో ఓపెన్ చేస్తాం అనుకోండి, అప్పుడు ఏమవుతుంది, మనం మప్పించామనుకో మనకు తెలియదు, మనకు నచ్చిన వేలో నుంచి వెళ్ళి తీసేస్తాం. తీసేయగానే ఏమైందంటే పేషెంట్ వీక్నెస్ వస్తుందో లేదో తెలియదు. మనం పేషెంట్ ఎవేక్లో ఉంచడం వల్ల అడ్వాంటేజ్ ఏంటంటే 360 degrees వ్యూస్ ఓపెన్ అయిపోతాయి మనకి. అంటే ఇప్పుడు ఇటు నుంచి వస్తున్నాం అనుకో, పేషెంట్ నా చెయ్యి కాలు వీక్ అని చెప్పాడు అనుకోండి, అటు వెళ్ళకుండా అటుపక్క నుంచి వచ్చి పంపిస్తాం. అదనమాట awake brain surgeries. Those are called very advantages. Those are called awake brain surgeries. I will show some videos which will not boring for you. Next. Next, this is the one patient who is a very young patient presented with a large brain tumor. This is the brain tumor. This is the brain tumor. Here you can see the brain tumor. Here, for this patient, because it is located on the left side speech area, which corresponds to the speech area, మనం మాట్లాడే భాగంలో ఉంది, కుడి కాలు కుడి చెయ్యి ఏరియాగా ఉంది. వీళ్ళు ఏంటంటే రెండు రకాలుగా చేయొచ్చు, ఒకటి పెద్ద మొత్తం చేయొచ్చు, రెండు ఎవేక్లో చేయొచ్చు. ఎవేక్లో చేస్తే అడ్వాంటేజ్ ఏంటంటే చెయ్యి కాలు వీక్నెస్ రాకుండా చేయొచ్చు, రెండు మాట కూడా తేడా రాకుండా చేయొచ్చు. ఎందుకంటే బ్రెయిన్లో ఎడమ బ్రెయిన్ ఎప్పుడు కుడి కాలు కుడి చెయ్యి మాట సప్లై అవుతారు. మనందరికీ ఎడమ బ్రెయిన్ ఇంపార్టెంట్, ఎందుకంటే మోస్ట్ ఆఫ్ దమ్ రైట్ హ్యాండ్. సో ఆపోజిట్ ఉంటుంది అన్నమాట. కుడి బ్రెయిన్ సప్లై అయిందంటే బ్రెయిన్ ఎప్పుడు రెండు అర్ధ భాగాలుగా ఉంటుంది, ఒకటి కుడివైపు, రెండు ఎడమవైపు. కుడివైపు మీదనేమో ఎడమ కాలు ఎడమ చెయ్యి, ఎడమవైపు మీదనేమో కుడి కాలు కుడి చెయ్యి సప్లై చేస్తాం. సో ఇది బేసిక్ ఫండమెంటల్స్ ఫర్ యూ. నౌ దిస్ ఈజ్ ఆన్ లెఫ్ట్ సైడ్ ఉంది గడ్డ బ్రెయిన్లో. నెక్స్ట్ వీడియో హౌ వీ డిడ్ ద awake brain surgery అనేది మీకు వీడియోలో చూపిస్తాం. ఈ 29-year-old male విత్ రికరెంట్ సీజర్స్ అంటే ఇస్తూ వచ్చారు. ఎంఆర్ఐ తీసాం, బ్రెయిన్ ఎడమవైపు గడ్డ ఉంది, లెఫ్ట్ సైడ్ ఆఫ్ ది బ్రెయిన్ వీ హ్యాడ్. నెక్స్ట్ awake brain surgery ప్లాన్ చేసాం. పేషెంట్ awake గానే ఉన్నారు, వాచింగ్ ఈజ్ ఫేవరెట్. వాళ్ళు ఏంటంటే మేము కాన్షియస్లో ఉండి స్ట్రెస్ లేకుండా ఉండడానికి వాళ్ళకి ఇష్టమైన చేస్తాం. హీఈస్ ఏ రామ్ డివోటీ. At the time, Ayodhya Ram Mandir opening is there, so we want to play the video. Now, patient is in awake mode only. This is the navigation. You are seeing the intro. Directly, we are placing the instrument on the head. On the screen, we are seeing 3-dimensional image of the brain. First, we are opening the skull bone with the pressure. Next, that is the brain. The above one is the instrument. We are seeing with the where it is exactly located. We are seeing in a 3-dimensional, we are seeing. And the patient is murmuring by himself. He is watching his favorite god Ram Mandir opening in Ayodhya, which is displaying in laptop. చూసారా, మేము మధ్యలో బ్రెయిన్ ట్యూమర్ తీసేటప్పుడు చెయ్యి మూమెంట్స్ చెక్ చేస్తున్నాం. వీఆర్ చెకింగ్ ద మూమెంట్స్. The above surgery is going on in a sterile field. This side anesthesia is there. He is asking for movements. The above surgery is going on. You are seeing the 3D image, the exact site where how much extent we can remove. We are checking with the instrument. The ముందు జరుగుతుంది కొద్ది జరుగుతా he is himself playing the part and we don't know only anesthesia is able to see because we are in busy in surgery. కొద్ది జరుగుతాను కొద్ది జరుగుతాను నెక్స్ట్ next the entire surgery is watching his favorite movie. Next that is the surgery. Keep that one. This is the post-op scan, perfectly normal. That is our thing. Okay, thank you. Next slides. This was done in last year. Slides. అందరు పేషెంట్స్ అన్ని బ్రెయిన్ ట్యూమర్స్ అలా చేయం, చాలా ఫ్యూ ఆఫ్ బ్రెయిన్ ట్యూమర్స్ మాత్రమే అలా చేస్తాం. అంటే వాళ్ళకి ఇష్టమైన మొడాలిటీస్ అన్నమాట, వాళ్ళకి నచ్చిన మూవీ అవ్వచ్చు. అంటే రెండు ఆస్పెక్ట్స్ ఉంటాయి. ఒకటి ఇండియాలో ద మోస్ట్ ఎఫెక్టివ్ థింగ్స్ టూ, వన్ ఈజ్ ద స్పోర్ట్స్, సెకండ్ వన్ ఈజ్ ద మూవీస్. వాళ్ళకి ఇష్టమైన మూడు డివోషనల్ కొద్దిగా తక్కువ ఉంటారు. యంగ్ పేషెంట్స్ ఎస్పెషల్లీ దే ఆర్ బిజీ విత్ ది మూవీస్ అండ్ షోస్. వాళ్ళకి మూవీస్ అన్నా షోస్ అన్నా ఇష్టం. రెండో థింగ్ ఏంటంటే స్పోర్ట్స్ అన్నా ఇష్టం. ఇప్పటి వరకు మేము అరౌండ్ 80+ సర్జరీస్ చేస్తాం అవేట్లో. ఇది ద లార్జెస్ట్ సర్జరీ. దిస్ వాజ్ పబ్లిష్డ్ ఇన్ ఐ థింక్ హిందూ. Patient watches Ayodhya Ram Mandir opening ceremony while undergoing a brain surgery. I think February 19, 2024, 2 years back we did it. Because so many cases we are doing like this. Next. This is our entire team. Next, one more movie, Bahubali. This is many nationwide publications, many nationwide news came with Bahubali. We did it in around 2017 it seems. Video. The same thing, neuronavigation. This patient had she's a patient, she's a staff nurse. She is suffering from recurrent seizures. Recurrent seizures must fix, and she had a bleed also. The same thing, we are opening the skull, same. Initially, and 3D. ఆ మూవీస్ కనబట్టలేదట, ఆపరేషన్ చేయకుండా గొడవ చేస్తాం. She is asking for movie. Head fix అయిపోయింది. ఆమె నాలుగు చూపిస్తుంది కదా, ఎందుకంటే మేము ఆ ఏరియా కన్ను సప్లై బ్రెయిన్లో ఆమె గడ్డ ఉన్న ఏరియా కన్ను మధ్య సప్లై అవుతుంది. అందుకని కన్ను మిక్స్ వస్తుంది. సింగింగ్ ఏ సాంగ్, ఏదైనా మాట్లాడమంటే ఆమె గడ్డాలు ఏమైనా మాట్లాడండి. మూమెంట్స్ వస్తామన్నమాట, చెయ్యి కాలు ఏమైనా వీక్నెస్ వస్తుంది కదా. యాక్చువల్గా ఈ పేషెంట్ చేసేటప్పుడు కొద్దిగా నెక్, నేప్ ఆఫ్ ది నెక్ అందు ప్యానస్థీషియా చెప్పింది. ప్యానస్థీషియా అంటే ముందు చెప్పింది. అప్పుడు ఏం చేయాలి, మనం ఆ కారిడార్ ఎంచుకోకుండా ఇంకో వైపు నుంచి వెళ్ళి మనం తీసేస్తాం. That is the tumor. ఫార్వర్డ్ చేయండి. ఈజ్ ఎనస్థిస్ట్. ఎనస్థిస్ట్ ఏంటంటే సేఫ్టీ కోసం దగ్గర ఉంచుకుంటాము. ఎందుకంటే పేషెంట్స్తో మాట్లాడుతూ ఉంటారు, వాళ్ళే కోసం చెప్తూ ఉంటారు, వైటల్స్ అన్ని చెక్ చేస్తూ ఉంటారు. దట్ ఈస్ ద ట్యూమర్. యూఆర్ సీయింగ్ నౌ పేషెంట్ పోస్ట్ ఆప్, ఇమీడియట్ పోస్ట్ ఆప్. Within 1 hour, patient can have food also. Next. ఈ పేషెంట్కి ఏంటంటే ఈ బాహుబలి చూపించిన పేషెంట్కి ఏంటంటే క్యాబర్మామా అని అంటారు. క్యాబర్మామా అంటాం టెక్నికల్గా. అంటే రక్తనాళాలతో ఫామ్ అయిన ఒక్కటి. అది పగిలిపోయింది అనుకో ప్రాణాపాటికి. ఆల్రెడీ ఒకసారి పగిలిపోయి వచ్చిన పేషెంట్. ఏమే స్టాఫ్ నర్స్ అయినా ఆ సర్జరీకి ఫస్ట్ హెసిటేట్ చేసింది, కానీ ఆప్షన్ లేనప్పుడు తప్పదు కాబట్టి ఇక నెక్స్ట్ ఒప్పుకోండి. ఆమె ఒక పేషెంట్ ఎవేక్ సర్జరీ చేయాలి అంటే మేము 2 ఆప్షన్స్ ఇస్తాం. ఒకటి ఎవేక్లో చేసుకుని అడ్వాంటేజ్ ఉందని చెప్తాము, లేదు వర్తించి చేసామంటే చేసినంత మీరు టెన్షన్ తట్టుకోలేకపోతారు. సో ఎవేక్ సర్జరీ చేసేటప్పుడు సైకాట్రిక్ ఎవాల్యుయేషన్ ఇస్ ద మ్యాండేటరీ అనమాట. సైకాట్రిక్గా వాళ్ళు బాగున్నారా లేదా, వీళ్ళు ఒప్పుకుంటున్నారా లేదా, వీళ్ళు ఫిట్ అవుతారా లేదా. ఎందుకంటే ఆపరేషన్ టేబుల్ మీద మళ్ళీ గొడవ చేశారు ఇబ్బంది అవుతుంది. అందుకనే ఒక 2-3 సెషన్స్ కౌన్సిలింగ్. We will go for 3 of psychiatric counseling and later we will take on the surgery. This is the Hyderabad Times. Guntur docs perform brain surgery when patient watches Bahubali. This is the Hyderabad Times main paper of publication. Next. One more interesting thing is that Google. In Google, technology, the neuronavigation technology, bioengineering, engineering to medicine, the technology made our surgery top 1 in Google. మీరు చూడొచ్చు, మా ఫ్రెండ్ ఇది ఫోటో తీసి నాకు గూగుల్లో ఫస్ట్ ప్లేస్లో కనపడుతుందని ఫోటో తీసి నాకు పంపించారు. ఈజ్ వర్కింగ్ ఇన్ ఢిల్లీలో ఉన్నప్పుడు టాప్ 1లో వచ్చింది గూగుల్లో అని నాకు ఫోటో తీసి పంపిస్తే దాన్ని షేర్ చేసి పెట్టాను. హౌ టెక్నాలజీ మేడ్ అవర్ సర్జరీ topper in the Google. This is also published in the literature. Awake brain surgery when patient watches Bahubali movie, a novel cinema therapy. It was introduced by me only. Novel cinema therapy is our medical technology. So it was published in the International Journal of Scientific Research. Then we have to keep our name also. Routinely in Indian people, what will we do? We will not publish. మనం ఏంటంటే యుఎస్ వాళ్ళు, అమెరికా వాళ్ళు, జపాన్ వాళ్ళు ఏం చేస్తారంటే వాళ్ళు ఒకే చేసినా పబ్లిష్ చేస్తారు. మనం పబ్లిష్ చేయం. పబ్లిష్ చేయడం మనం ముందు చేసినా మనకు క్రెడిట్ రాదు. అందువల్ల స్టూడెంట్స్ తెలుసుకోవాల్సింది ఏంటంటే మన జనారావు సర్వర్ని అందరూ మోటివేట్ చేశారు. మిమ్మల్ని మీరు నమ్మాలి, మీరు ఏదైనా చేయగలుగుతారన్న ఫీలింగ్ రావాలి, పబ్లికేషన్ చేయాలి. మనం ఏంటంటే పక్కోడు ఎదురోడు ముందు సిగ్గుపడతాం. Shy is the major factor for Indian, especially పల్లెటూరులో చదువుకొని వచ్చే ఊళ్ళో ఉండే స్టూడెంట్స్ ఎక్కువ షై ఫీల్ అవ్వకూడదు. ఎందుకంటే మనం నమ్మాలి, మనం ఏదైనా చేయగలుగుతామన్న ఫీలింగ్ రావాలి. సో ఎప్పుడైనా మనం చేసింది పబ్లిష్ చేయాలి. ఒకళ్ళు అనుకుంటున్నారని ఫీల్ అవ్వకూడదు. నెక్స్ట్. This is one more case. Big Boss and Avatar movie. He is a young man. Already one time brain surgery operated in Hyderabad. Later again he had a recurrence of tumor, regrowth of the tumor. For that also, for recurrence cases, redo surgery is awake brain surgery is difficult. Instead of that, because we had a plenty of experience, we are going for redo surgery. Please show the video. This is the 33-year-old male had a recurrent brain tumor. Exactly in the frontal region, this supplies right leg and right hand. You are seeing previous scar incision. This is the navigation. We are opening the skull. Patient is watching Big Boss. He wants to see the Big Boss. Next, move it. A part చేసిన స్క్రూస్ తీసేస్తున్నాం బ్రెయిన్ మీద. ఇది వాచింగ్ గుడ్ బాస్ కొద్దిగా ముందు చెప్పండి. అతని హ్యాండ్ అంటే బ్రెయిన్లో లెఫ్ట్ సైడ్ ఉంది, మేము రైట్ హ్యాండ్ చెక్ చేసుకుంటామా హ్యాండ్ లెగ్ ఏరియాలో ఉన్నాయి. పైన నేను చెకింగ్ చేస్తున్నా ట్యూమర్ సైడ్ అంటే అన్ని బార్డర్స్ని మార్కింగ్ చేస్తున్నాం. వీఆర్ డూయింగ్ మార్కింగ్ ఫర్ ఆల్ బార్డర్స్. కొంచెం ముందు చెప్పండి. అంటే వాయిస్ కూడా చెక్ చేస్తున్నాం, హ్యాండ్ మూమెంట్ చెక్ చేస్తున్నాం. నెక్స్ట్ కొంచెం ముందు చెప్పండి. ఆల్ మూమెంట్స్ కొంచెం ముందు చెప్పండి. తర్వాత తనకు బిగ్ బాస్ వద్దు, నాకు మూవీ అవతార కావాలని అడిగాడు. ఇతనే ఆల్రెడీ తనకు కావాల్సిన 2 డౌన్లోడ్ చేసి పెట్టాను. నెక్స్ట్ 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 బ్రెయిన్ ట్యూమర్ చేస్తున్నాం పైన. దట్ ఈస్ ద హై అండ్ మైక్రోస్కోప్. హై అండ్ మైక్రోస్కోప్, నావిగేషన్, బ్రెయిన్ మ్యాపింగ్ ఆల్ విల్ బి హెల్ప్ఫుల్ ఫర్ బ్రెయిన్ ట్యూమర్స్. నెక్స్ట్ 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 అంటే మార్జిన్స్ చూస్తున్నాం ఎంతవరకు తీసామని, అది బ్రెయిన్. దిస్ ఈస్ వన్ మోర్ కేస్. నెక్స్ట్ అంటే అన్ని కేసెస్ చేయము, ఓన్లీ ఫ్యూ కేసెస్ మాత్రమే. నెక్స్ట్ ఇది మనకి ఇండియా టుడేలో పబ్లికేషన్ మ్యాథ్ 33 వాచెస్ బిగ్ బాస్ అండ్ అవతార్ యాజ్ డాక్టర్స్ పర్ఫార్మ్ బ్రెయిన్ సర్జరీ. ఇది మన ఈనాడు పేపర్లో బిగ్ బాస్ లో చూపిస్తూ చేసింది. దట్ ఈస్ ద బ్రెయిన్ ట్యూమర్ యు ఆర్ సీయింగ్ ఆన్ ద ఇమేజెస్. This is one more case. This is very interesting case. This is called epilepsia partialis continua. The patient had a fits. Fits ఉంటాయి. నిద్రపోయి 6 గంటలు తప్పించి మిగిలిన 18 గంటలు ఫిట్స్ వస్తానే ఉంటాయి. 8 గంటలు నిద్రపోతే మిగిలిన 16 గంటలు ఫిట్స్ వస్తానే ఉంటాయి పేషెంట్కి. సో కంటిన్యూవా ఎపిలెప్సియా అంటే సగం ఫిట్స్. ఎపిలెప్సీ అంటే ఫిట్స్, పార్షియల్ అంటే సగం, కంటిన్యూ అంటే కంటిన్యూగా వస్తున్నాయి నిద్రపోయే టైం తప్పించి. Continue throughout day except 6 hours. This is called epilepsia partialis continua. You are seeing here now, this is the pork tapeworm. Routinely what will cause pork tapeworm. ఇది ఒక టైప్ ఆఫ్ నులిపురుగు, బ్రెయిన్ లో ఉండే నులిపురుగు. బ్రెయిన్ ఏంటంటే నులిపురుగు ఒకటి చేరింది. ఈ చిన్న పార్ట్ ఆ బాబుకి ఆల్మోస్ట్ 18 hours 16 hours ఫిక్స్ వస్తున్నాయి. సో నావిగేషన్తో ఈ చిన్న నులిపురుగు తీయాలి. సో దిస్ ఈజ్ వన్ మోర్ పెక్యులియర్ కేస్. వీడియో ఓపెన్ చేయండి. అంటే హౌ టెక్నాలజీ, దీనికి ఇన్సిషన్ పెద్దగానే ఇచ్చాం. ఎందుకు ఇచ్చామంటే వాళ్ళు ట్యూమర్ అనే ఛాన్స్ కూడా ఉందని రేడియాలజిస్ట్ మాకు అడ్వైస్ చేశారు. సో ట్యూమర్ ఇన్ఫెక్షన్ అనేది ధైర్యమానం ఉన్నాం. అందుకని ఓపెనింగ్ అప్పుడు కొద్దిగా పెద్దది చేస్తున్నాం అంటే బ్రెయిన్ కొద్దిగా ఓపెనింగ్ ఎక్కువ చేస్తాం. చూస్తారా ఆ బాబుకి అలా ఫిక్స్ వస్తానే ఉంటాయి త్రూ డే ఎక్సెప్ట్ డ్యూరింగ్ స్లీప్. స్లీప్ టైం తప్పించి మిగిలిన టైం అంతా ఫిక్స్ వస్తుంది. అది చిన్న లేజన్, అది నులుపురుగు బ్రెయిన్లో ఉండే పోర్క్ టేప్ వామ్ అంటారు. అంటే పంది మాంసం తినే వల్ల వస్తుంది. పంది మాంసం పోర్క్ టేప్ వామ్. ఇది ఎంఆర్ఐ రిపోర్ట్. ఎంఆర్ఐ రిపోర్ట్లో వాళ్ళ గడ్డ కూడా ఉండే అవకాశం ఉందని చెప్పారు. అందువల్ల ఏంటంటే మనం పెద్ద క్రేనియాటమీ తీసుకున్నాం. క్రేనియాటమీ అంటే బ్రెయిన్ ఓపెనింగ్. ఓపెన్ చేశాక మాత్రం లోపల చిన్నగానే ఓపెన్ చేస్తాం. అక్కడ 3D నావిగేషన్తో మనం మార్క్ చేస్తున్నాం కరెక్ట్గా ఎక్కడ ఉందని. కరెక్ట్గా కాలు చేయి సప్లై ఏరియాలో ఇంత చిన్నది కొద్దిగా కూడా డ్యామేజ్ అవ్వకుండా తీయాలన్నమాట. అప్పుడే పేషెంట్కి అడ్వాంటేజ్ అవుతుంది. అది ఆ చిన్నది కనబడుతుంది కదా మీకు, అది ఆ చిన్నది అన్ని గంటలు ఫిక్స్ ఇచ్చింది. ఆపరేషన్ చేసాము, స్కాన్ బాగుంది, పేషెంట్ బాగున్నారు. చూసారా టెక్నాలజీతో ఎంత పిన్ పాయింట్ యాక్యురసీ, పక్కన టిష్యూ డ్యామేజ్ అవ్వకుండా తీయగా. ఇది కూడా పోర్క్ టేప్ వామే. అది పెద్ద మెదడులో ఉంది, ఇది చిన్న మెదడులో ఉంది. మామూలుగా ఏమనుకున్నాం, ఆ కళ్ళ చూసి అదే గడ్డ అనుకున్నాం. యాక్చువల్గా అది గడ్డ కాదు, అప్పుడు మాకు నావిగేషన్ హెల్ప్ చేసింది అనమాట. కాదు అది గడ్డ కాదు ఇంకా పైన ఉందని చెప్పింది. అప్పుడు ఇంకొద్దిగా పైకి వెళ్ళాం. చిన్న మెదడు చాలా క్రూషియల్ అన్నమాట, కొద్దిగా కూడా కావాలి అది అదే గడ్డ. అది పగలకుండా తీయాలి. కొద్దిగా పగిలినా చాలు పేషెంట్ షాప్లోకి వెళ్ళిపోతారు. ఎందుకంటే దాంట్లో కొన్ని థౌజండ్స్ ఆఫ్ లాభాలు ఉంటాయి. అందువల్ల చాలా పరిధులు ఉంటుంది, చాలా జాగ్రత్తగా తీయాలి. టెక్నాలజీ వల్ల అంత యాడెడ్ అడ్వాంటేజ్. ప్రీవియస్ డేస్లో మేము ఎదుర్కొనేవాళ్ళం అంతా. there is no need. Because simple navigation, just perfect marking, precise marking, accurate surgery. Next. నిర్విరామంగా ఫిట్స్ వాళ్ళు కవర్ కేసు ఆల్రెడీ పబ్లికేషన్ పంపించాము. ఈజ్ రెడీ ఫర్ పబ్లికేషన్. ఇట్ ఈస్ ద వరల్డ్ కవర్ కేస్. ఓన్లీ 2 కేసెస్. 1 యూఎస్లో పబ్లికేషన్ అయింది, సెకండ్ నిమ్హాన్స్లో చేశారు. నిమ్హాన్స్ బ్యాంక్ ఇది మన దగ్గర 3 కేసు. నెక్స్ట్ ఇది ఎపిలెప్సీ అంటాం. ఈ ఎపిలెప్సీ ఫిట్స్ అనేవి చాలా రకాల కారణాలు వస్తాయి. ఈ ఎపిలెప్సీ అనేది కొంతమంది పిల్లలకి ఏంటంటే నెలకు 30 సార్లు వస్తాయి. ఎపిలెప్సీ 20 నుంచి 30 సార్లు ఫిట్స్ నెలకి 20 నుంచి 30 సార్లు వస్తాయి. వాళ్ళకి ఏంటంటే బ్రెయిన్ లోపల భాగంలో హిప్పోకాంపస్ అనే ఒక భాగం ఉంటుంది. దాంట్లో తేడా వల్ల వైరల్ ఇన్ఫెక్షన్ వల్ల వస్తుంది. దీన్ని మీషియల్ టెంపరల్ స్క్లెరోసిస్ అంటారు టెక్నికల్. సో ఈ per month they had a 30 fits. This patient had a 30 fits for 16 years. నెలకి 30 ఫిట్స్ తప్పున 16 ఏళ్ళ నుంచి బాధపడుతున్నాడు. వీటికి ఏంటంటే కొద్దిగా హై ఎండ్ టెక్నాలజీ వాడాలి. ఇంట్రా ఆపరేటివ్ ఈజీస్ కూడా వాడాలి. అంటే ఆపరేషన్ టేబుల్ మీద ఇప్పుడు మీ ముందు సెషన్లో సార్ ఈజీ చెప్పారు కదా, అది బయట చేసేది. ఇది ఇంట్రా ఆపరేటివ్గా చేస్తాం. ఈ యువతల సెకండ్ ఇమేజ్లో ఇంట్రా ఆపరేటివ్ ఈజీ చూసారా, యాక్యురేట్గా లాంగ్ చేస్తాము. హిప్పో క్యాంపస్లో తీసేసాము. ఈ పేషెంట్ మంచిగా రికవర్ అయిపోయాడు. ఏం చేశాడంటే ఒకరోజు మా ఇంటికి వచ్చి తలుపు కొట్టాడు. నాకు తెలియదు కూడా తెలియదు, నిద్రపోతున్నా. నేను చూసానంటే నిద్రపోతున్నా వచ్చి సార్ నా పెళ్లి సార్ అని టెలికార్డ్ కార్డు ఇచ్చాడు. దిస్ ఈస్ ద బెస్ట్ రివార్డ్ ఫర్ ఎనీ డాక్టర్. డెఫినెట్లీ ఎందుకంటే అవార్డ్స్ అండ్ ప్రెజెంటేషన్స్ విల్ గివ్ హ్యాపీ, బట్ ద బెస్ట్ రివార్డ్ ఆల్వేస్ ఫ్రమ్ ది పేషెంట్. సో అతను పొద్దున్నే వచ్చి నా పెళ్లి సార్, నా పెళ్ళికి మీరు రావాలి అని కార్డు ఇచ్చాడు. ఇప్పుడు ఫిక్స్ లేకుండా హ్యాపీగా ఉన్నాడు. ఒక చిన్న టాబ్లెట్ వాడినాడు. ఇదివరకు 6 రకాల టాబ్లెట్ వాడినాడు. చిన్నది వెరీ స్మాల్ డోస్తో బాగున్నాడు చక్కగా. దిస్ వాజ్ పబ్లిష్డ్ ఇన్ హిందూ. నెక్స్ట్ వన్ మోర్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ థింగ్ ఏంటంటే బ్రెయిన్ స్టెమ్. ఒక మొక్కకి స్టెమ్ ఎంత ఇంపార్టెంట్, బ్రెయిన్కి బ్రెయిన్ స్టెమ్ అన్నాం. బ్రెయిన్ స్టెమ్ సర్జరీస్ చేయాలంటే ఇదివరకు గోల్డెన్ డేస్ నిమ్స్లో 24 hours పట్టాయి. మేము నిమ్స్లో చేసినప్పుడు ఏంటంటే ఈరోజు మార్నింగ్ స్టార్ట్ చేస్తే 8కి, నెక్స్ట్ రోజు మార్నింగ్ 8 AM మాకు. ఈరోజు మార్నింగ్ 8 స్టార్ట్ చేస్తే నెక్స్ట్ రోజు మార్నింగ్ 8. 3 షిఫ్ట్లు అయ్యేవాళ్ళం. అంటే మధ్యలో ఒక షిఫ్ట్ భోజనానికి వెళ్ళేది, ఇంకో షిఫ్ట్ వచ్చేవాళ్ళు, ఇంకో షిఫ్ట్ భోజనానికి వెళ్ళేవాళ్ళు. నేను అసలు అంటే 24 hours. ఎందుకంటే ఆ రీజన్ని టచ్ చేయడానికే మాకు అంత టైం పట్టేది. అంటే అంత జాగ్రత్తగా చేయాలి. బ్రెయిన్ స్టెమ్ అన్నాం. బ్రెయిన్లో బాగా ఒక మొక్కకి స్టెమ్ ఎంత ఇంపార్టెంటో బ్రెయిన్ కూడా బ్రెయిన్ స్టెమ్ అన్నాం. బ్రెయిన్ డెడ్ అండ్ పేషెంట్స్ వింటుంటారు కదా, ఈ బ్రెయిన్ స్టెమ్ ఇంజరీ అయితేనే పేషెంట్ బ్రెయిన్ డెడ్ అవుతారు. అట్లాంటి బ్రెయిన్ స్టెమ్లో గడ్లు ఉంటే మోర్ డేంజరస్ అన్నమాట. టెక్నాలజీ ఇదివరకు 1 day పట్టేది, అది ఇప్పుడు బ్రెయిన్ స్టెమ్ సర్జరీస్ 1 hourలో చేసేస్తున్నాం. ఓన్లీ 1 hour, 1 hourలో అయిపోతుంది బికాస్ ఆఫ్ టెక్నాలజీ. వీడియో చూపించండి. ఇది ఈ పేషెంట్ జీజీహెచ్లో వచ్చారు. ఇదివరకు బ్రెయిన్ స్టెమ్స్లో ఏంటంటే ఇంకా బతకడం చెప్పేసి వాళ్ళం. ఈ పేషెంట్కి లక్కీగా బ్రెయిన్ స్టెమ్లో ట్యూబర్క్యులోసిస్. మేము గుంటూరు జీజీహెచ్లో చేస్తున్నాం. ఎంటైర్ స్టాఫ్ అది అక్కడ ఉన్నది గడ్డ, అది గడ్డ. ఇది మెయిన్ స్టెమ్ అన్నమాట. ఇది గడ్డ. ఇనిషియల్గా ఏమనుకున్నాం అంటే అది గడ్డ అవ్వచ్చు, ఇన్ఫెక్షన్ అవ్వచ్చు. ఇన్ఫెక్షన్ అయితే బాగా రికవరీస్ బాగుంటాయి. సో మేబీ ఇన్ఫెక్షన్ ఆల్సో పాసిబిలిటీ. నెక్స్ట్ you are seeing that brain stem tumor. Small hole, చిన్న హోల్ చేస్తాం అన్నమాట. వెరీ స్మాల్ హోల్. Through that we pass the instruments and remove the tumor. Previously, these surgeries will take around 24 hours. Now it is 1 hour. Only 1 hour. Luckily, this patient tumor biopsy came as tuberculoma. Tuberculoma is TB, brain tumor. So prognosis will be good. Next. This is the post-op scan. So 1 day to 1 hour. This is the pineal gland tumor, one more crucial place. Here also, previously it used to take around half day, almost 12 hours. Now the time has been reduced to half an hour because of navigation. Video please. You are seeing the center of white one is the tumor. Just we are placing patient in a lateral position. Small hole is placed, that is the small 2 cm incision. With that, we are placing the instrument bracket, surgical bracket. And we did the biopsy and the patient is doing well. Next. So previously it used to take around half day. Now it is half an hour because of navigation, the most advanced technology. Next. Forward. That is the tumor. The deepest. The tumor is located in the deepest part. You are seeing that instruments are going towards the tumor. Next. That is the tumor. Next. So half day surgery becomes half an hour because of navigation. Next. These are the aneurysms. Aneurysms are very difficult. These are the complicated cases. Once aneurysm is identified, we have to go for surgery as early as possible. Nowadays, the most advanced technology came as coiling. Previously, we used to do only surgeries only. Nowadays, we are giving first option to the coiling. Next only surgery. Okay, these are the light threatening. These also make it mark very easily by the navigation. Video please. This is the giant agenous aneurysm. Only routinely from front part of the brain, 2 vessels will be there. Here only 1 vessel. The above one is the aneurysm. That marking one is the aneurysm. Forward. That is the marking. Forward. That is the aneurysm. Exact localization done by the navigation and we read the template. These are the practical applications of our cases. This is one interesting case. Previously we see the 4th tapeworm. అంటే 12 మాసం తిన్నారో వచ్చే పిల్లవాడికి 18 గంటల నుంచి వచ్చినాయి కదా, ఇది డాగ్ టేప్ వామ్ అంటాం. డాగ్ టేప్ వామ్ కుక్కలో సరేనా, డాగ్ టేప్ వామ్ అంటాం. ఇది మనం ఆ ఇన్ఫెక్టెడ్ లార్వా వల్లది పిల్లల చేతితో పట్టుకోవడం వల్ల వాళ్ళకి వస్తుంది. కొద్దిగా క్యాటిల్ డాగ్స్ ఎక్కువ ఉన్న ఏరియాలో వస్తుంది. దిస్ ఈజ్ కాల్డ్ డాగ్ టేప్ వామ్. అది బ్రెయిన్లోకి వెళ్ళడం చాలా రేరు. బ్రెయిన్లోకి వెళ్ళినప్పుడు దాన్ని తీయడం చాలా జాగ్రత్త చేయాలి. ఇది ఒక కాల్ హైడ్రాక్సిస్ టెక్నికల్లీ. వీడియో ప్లీజ్. వీడియో ఓకే లేదా ఓకే ఇమేజెస్. దిస్ ఈస్ ద యు ఆర్ సీయింగ్ జస్ట్ లైక్ ఎస్ అ బాల్ లాగా ఉంటుంది. అదంతా ఇన్ఫెక్షన్. డాగ్ టేప్ వామ్ అంటారు దీన్ని. హైడ్రాటిక్ సిస్ట్ అంటారు. అంటే సిస్ట్ పగలకుండా చేయాలి. ఒక బ్రేక్స్ పేషెంట్ విల్ ల్యాండ్ ఇన్ ద అనాఫిలాక్సిస్. అందువల్ల ఒక బాల్ లాగా తీయాలి. So any part of the tumor, you are seeing different regions here, 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 here. We touched almost all parts of the brain with the navigation. This is the frontal front part. This is the big tumors with the navigation. This is the keyhole, small lesions, small hole will be placed and we will remove the tumor. This is the skull base. Then ముక్కులో నుంచి కూడా ట్యూమర్ తీస్తాం. This is the skull base అంటాం. Skull base tumor. Sometimes ఏంటంటే ఇన్ఫెక్షన్ గడ్డ అనే డౌట్ వచ్చినప్పుడు కూడా జస్ట్ బయాప్సీ తీస్తాం. Those are all our keyhole procedures. All keyhole procedures will be done by these are the skull base surgeries. And the pediatric we will place the shunts with the navigation. Now, so navigation help in publications. And there's some publications we have showing. Calvarial tubercular osteomyelitic abscess in elderly. It was published in the Asian Journal of Neurosurgery, the one of the best journals in worldwide. She is around 73-year-old female. She is not fit for surgery. Fitness level considered. ఏం చేస్తామంటే లోపలిగా చిన్న ఇంజెక్షన్ ఇచ్చి నావిగేషన్ పెట్టేసి ట్యూమర్ ఇస్తాం. సో నావిగేషన్ అంత అడ్వాంటేజ్. లోకల్ ప్రొసీజర్ ఇట్ ఇస్ 20 minutes ప్రొసీజర్లో చేస్తాం. సో దట్ ఈస్ ద వెరీ రేరెస్ట్ ఆఫ్ రేర్ కేస్. సో మేము పబ్లికేషన్ చేస్తాం. This is one more case. This is the first case report. Rare association of spondylocoastal dysostosis is typical confirmation when I was in Nizams లో ఉన్నప్పుడు చేశాము. This is the world first case. ప్రపంచంలోనే మొట్టమొదటి కేసు. మేమే పబ్లికేషన్ చేస్తాం నిజామ్స్ నుంచి. This is the world 8th case. మీరు చూడవచ్చు ఓన్లీ 8 such cases. ఇది కూడా నిజామ్స్లో ఉన్నప్పుడు పబ్లికేషన్ చేస్తాను. So take home message, navigation provides precise entry and unnecessary damage to important tracks. It gives real-time intraoperative guidance, smaller size craniotomies, lesser blood loss, less operating time, more precise, more effective complex neurosurgeries can be done very easily, accurately. It is takes time initially for spine, but later it is easy, reduce radiation, and everything will be helpful for surgeon, especially it is very helpful for surgeon. So my talk will not be completed without telling my professor. He is Dr. Praveen Namkali. He is the ex-professor of Nizams Institute of Medical Sciences. And my teacher చెప్పుకోవడం నా బాధ్యత. So he is my professor. Praveen. Two more teachers, మాకు ఎంబీబీఎస్లో ఉన్నప్పుడు తారకనాథ్ గారు అండ్ సుందరాచార్య గారు, ప్రజెంట్ ప్రిన్సిపల్ ఆఫ్ గుంటూరు మెడికల్ కాలేజ్. వీళ్ళందరూ కూడా మా టీచర్స్. సో మై టాక్ విల్ నాట్ బి కంప్లీటెడ్ వితౌట్ టెలింగ్ మై టీచర్స్. ఓకే, థ్యాంక్ యూ.
Thank you, sir, for your outstanding and mind-blowing session, which is evident with the surgical videos. And now I request Jyotirmaya ma'am to give the closing address. Please come forward, ma'am.
క్వశ్చన్స్ అంటే అడగండి. ఇట్ ఈస్ ఇంటరాక్టివ్ ప్రోగ్రామ్. ఎందుకంటే మీ జగన్నాథరావు సార్ ఇంటరాక్టివ్ ప్రోగ్రామ్ని ఎక్కువ ఇష్టపడతారు. ఇఫ్ ఎనీబడి హ్యాడ్ ఎనీ క్వశ్చన్స్ ప్లీజ్ రైజ్ ద హ్యాండ్. నో క్వశ్చన్స్, థ్యాంక్ యూ.
Really very inspired to talk, sir. My doubt is, can non-invasive techniques be applied here, sir, during brain surgeries?
నాన్ ఇన్వేసివ్ అనేది ఇంక వీటిలో ఏమన్నది మా దగ్గరికి సర్జన్ దగ్గరికి వచ్చారంటే ఇది బికమ్స్ ఇన్వేసివ్. ఇట్ ఈస్ లెస్ ఇన్వేసివ్. అంటే చిన్న కీ హోల్ వేసి చేస్తాము. నాన్ ఇన్వేసివ్ అయితే న్యూరాలజిస్ట్ టేకప్ చేస్తారు, మా దాకా రావు. ఇంకా మా దగ్గరికి వచ్చిందంటే ఈ బికమ్స్ ఇన్వేసివ్. అది ఇన్వేసివ్ లెస్ ఇన్వేసివ్ అనేది కాన్సెప్ట్, మినిమల్లీ ఇన్వేసివ్. థ్యాంక్ యూ. ఈ ఆపర్చునిటీ ఇచ్చిన జగన్నాథరావు గారికి అండ్ ఈ కాలేజ్ యాజమాన్యానికి, శాంతి మేడం గారికి అండ్ టీచర్స్కి, అందరు రెస్పెక్టెడ్ చేయడానికి అందరికీ థ్యాంక్స్ అండి. చెప్పమ్మా.
Good morning, sir. It's a very wonderful session and we are so privileged to hear your session here. So my doubt is why you are operating with the neural navigation system, or do you find any difficulties in operating it?
నావిగేషన్ సిస్టమ్ అనేది అసలు ఆపరేటింగ్ చాలా అడ్వాంటేజ్ అన్నమాట. డిఫరెంట్ అసలు అది ఉన్నాకే మాకు చాలా ఈజీ అయిపోయింది సర్వీస్. ఇదివరకు ఏంటంటే మనకి స్కల్లో ట్రెడిషనల్ ల్యాండ్ మార్క్స్ ఉంటాయి, వాటిని కొలుచుకొని మనం మెజర్మెంట్ తీసుకొని తీయాలి. అప్పుడు పర్ఫెక్ట్ యాక్యురేట్ రాదు, కొద్దిగా నార్మల్ టిష్యూ కూడా పోయేది. నవే డేస్ నార్మల్ టిష్యూ పోవట్లేదు, అసలు వీలైనంత లెస్ డ్యామేజ్ చేయగలుగుతాం. అదే నావిగేషన్ అడ్వాంటేజ్. సో దట్స్ వై I told initially that part mainly based on the bioengineering to medicine navigation. It is a wonderful technology.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for clearing it out.
Jyoti Mahiman, please come forward for the closing address.
Good morning. Really, the audience here are very lucky to have you, sir, to have your session, sir, today. Very inspirational and a lot of job satisfaction doctors will get during these surgeries. Particularly when the patient gave his marriage card, I saw a lot of happiness in her eyes now also. Really very happy to collaborate with you, sir. And here we have a lot of innovative ideas during these brain surgeries. Students are very much welcome. We can have a lot of non-invasive gel techniques. We can have a lot of non-invasive transdermal collaborated with these brain surgeries. You can have a look on that areas. And I thank Bhargav Bhushan sir for giving me this opportunity on this special occasion of Doctors Day to introduce a very special guest, Dr. Srinivas Reddy sir. And I thank management for giving me this opportunity, and I congratulate all the management team for organizing this beautiful and excellent conference. Particularly international delegates also gave their speeches, which are very much useful to present day student concepts. And as we know that AI is evolving and emerging, we have this innovation and AI collaborated with all medicine and pharmacy. I look forward for the students to make use of all these concepts. Thank you one and all, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. And now I request all the dignitaries to come forward to kindly proceed the felicitation program to Dr. Bhavanam Harman Srinivas Reddy sir. Please come forward. Sir, kindly grace the chair and accept our felicitation. great by our AMRUCB team to proceed the further sessions. thank you girls for your energetic performance. We now proceed to the final session of this forenoon session. It's an honor to introduce Dr. K.S. Jagannath Rao sir, Pro-Chancellor, KL deemed to be University. Dr. Rao's visionary leadership and contribution to higher education and research have inspired countless scholars and institutions. I respectfully invite the session's chair, Dr. K. Venkatramana sir, Principal, ASN College of Pharmacy, to kindly moderate the session and to introduce today's speaker. It's my privilege to honor and introduce the session chair, Dr. K. Venkatramana sir, Professor and Principal of ASN College of Pharmacy, Tenali, Andhra Pradesh. Dr. Ramana is a highly respected academician with more than 30 years of teaching experience in pharmaceutical sciences. He obtained his PhD from Andhra University, Visakhapatnam, after completing his M.Pharmacy in Pharmacognosy and Phytochemistry from Dr. MGR Medical University. He has guided more than 14 PhD scholars and published over 90 research papers and participated in more than 115 national and international conferences. His outstanding contributions have been recognized through several prestigious awards, including the IPC Best Paper Award, Best Poster Award, Best Oral Presentation Award, and the IPA Fellowship Award. He currently serves as President of APTI Andhra Pradesh State Branch, Central Executive Council member of the Indian Pharmaceutical Association, and the member of Board of Studies of Acharya Nagarjuna University. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm welcome to Dr. K. Venkatramana. We are honored to have him with us for today's session and looking forward for your insightful addressing. Please welcome Dr. K. Venkatramana with a big round of applause to introduce our today's speaker.
Thank you. Good morning, respected Santi Madam and Srinivas Reddy and respected my brother Dr. Bhargav Bhushan, Principal of AMD Memorial College of Pharmacy, and respected today's speaker Dr. K.S. Jagannath, Pro-Chancellor, KL deemed University, and the respected Professor Acharya Nagarjuna University, Dr. Kanmaigar, and Dr. Narendra Reddy, Principal of Vikas Institute, Vijayawada, and respected faculty members and my dear students. This is a great privilege for me to invited as a chairperson of this session. The first time in India this type program is conducting AMRD group of institutions. Chairman, thank you madam. First time in India, in the particularly the state of Andhra Pradesh, you are conducting this program. You are invited the most eminent speakers across the globe, international and as well as in India also. Definitely this lectures very useful to the pharmacy students and especially for the pharmacy students, also very important sessions of this program. Now today, the speaker of Professor K. Jagannath Rao, Pro-Chancellor, KL deemed to the University. Good morning, sir. It gives me immense pleasure, honor to introduce our distinguished guest of Dr. K. Jagannath Rao. He is a well-known, recognized scientist, academician, research leader with an experience and contribution towards the science and currently serves as a Pro-Chancellor, KL deemed University, and he held several prestigious positions in India and abroad, including serving as the Director of Research Institutions of International repute, his research experiences and neurosciences, neurodegenerative disorders, stem cell biology, and Alzheimer's diseases and Parkinson's diseases. Through this pioneering investigation, he has significantly contributed to the understanding of the molecular mechanisms and the neurological disorders as they inspired researchers and worldwide through his innovative and scientific work. Professor Rao has authored and co-authored more than 200 scientific publications in reputed international journals and has received the numerous national and international honors and fellowships and the recognition of his outstanding scientific achievements. His research has been widely and cited and has had a profound impact on the global scientific community. Apart from his remarkable research accomplishment of Professor Rao is well known for the international collaboration and mentoring of the young scientists and promoting to the excellence in higher education and research. His dedication to science and education continues to inspire students and faculty members and the researchers across the globe. Today, we are privileged to have such an eminent scientist and a visionary academician leader with us. I am confident that his valuable insights and vast experience will generate greatly benefit to all the participants and enrich our understanding and emerging the developments in the biomedical and pharmaceutical research. On behalf of the management, myself, principal, faculty, researchers and students of AMLD Memorial College of Pharmacy, I extend to warm and cordially welcome to your esteemed Professor K. Jagannath Rao Garu to deliver his valuable lecture. Sir, thank you, sir. I welcome you, sir.
My dear students, and faculty, and also management of the institution, we are delighted to have this meeting, where we have the exposure to younger minds to the international themes. I think we fulfilled except one or two emergency drops. Okay. You have seen a very interesting topics on spine surgery and also neurosurgery, which is an utmost precision. Imagine doing a surgery is not an easy job. So doing a neurosurgery is a very, very important process, which has opened up a lot of new things for understanding the neuro disorders, where we are finding some solutions for that. Now, before that, I am going to speak especially on application of AI, quantum science in understanding Parkinson's disease. So, because we don't have early detection. For example, if somebody says I have anxiety, I have a depression, I have a suicidal symptoms, we do only based assessments. We target some assessments. We don't have a blood test like you have sugar test. So that's very difficult for us to make a decision on what kind of precise medicine we need to give. Because I tell you one example. If somebody says I am depressed and mimic depression kind of symptoms, okay, and when we give a tablet, for example, each person is differently responsible in a different way. So what happens when you give a tablet, suddenly the patient goes into manic condition. That means uncontrollable behavior becomes. So when people go into uncontrolled behavior, then we have no control. Bringing them back is going to be a serious issue. That's what we are looking now. disorders is the topmost problem that you are hearing from last few days. Because once you get the problem, treating a brain disorder is a very difficult task. For a cancer, we have advanced technologies. For brain disorders, we don't have advanced technologies unless you have neurosurgical problems. So if you want to do things like Parkinson's disease, epilepsy, we have treatments. But if you look at the Alzheimer's disease, memory loss, depression, we have no surgery. We have at all no surgery. So we have to treat with you medicines. Very important, we have very limited number of medicines. And each one of you are not fit for using any medicine at all. Because sometimes you have such a problems that it's very difficult to put the medicines on those people. So, 21st century is a century for discoveries in brain. Because we have 1.5 kilogram of our brain, no matter what weight you are. Okay? But these 1.5 kilograms, we only mapped 2,000 regions. So we expect there are 10,000 regions still not known. Because we only know 10% of the brain. Please keep this in mind. You have to precisely handle your brain very carefully. Already you have yesterday how to conduct research. See, Dr. Anita Mahadevan, who dedicated her life for building a brain bank, first of its kind in Asia and India. Because we are also involved in that in the beginning. Imagine, we have handled you, only we have to do clinical research. In the end, I have to sit with you, assess you, take your blood, and do all the studies, MRI, EEG pattern, so many things. Because somebody come and say, I have a suicidal symptoms. How do you predict? I have no blood test. I don't know whether really telling suicidal pattern. So people follow variety of tests for them. And today morning you had a speech by Raipur, where language. If somebody precisely telling, I want to commit suicide, I have a suicidal feeling for many times, please remember, you have to take care of that student. Because they have internal feelings of that. So this will be there as a friends, as a parents, as a teachers, you always focus. Don't make joke. Don't make any joke on that. Because you need to understand, suicide is determined here. It's not that I want you to jump, all of you, from this floor, you are not going to jump. Correct? Decision is made here. And that decision made little longer time. So for that understanding, we did a brain bank, it's called depression brain bank in Mysore when I was there, where we want to take any student, any person with a psychiatric problem committing suicide, we take out the brain within 6 months, preserve them, try to understand its biology. Brain is such a complex, you have to be very careful because there are so many chemicals involved in the brain activity. It's not one chemical is going to. For example, somebody starts feeling emotional disturbances. Correct? You start crying, you start shouting, and somebody has the feeling of love, somebody has a feeling of emotions. There's a molecule which works. But that alone is not going to work. There are many things to work. So that's why I always tell you, to control your emotion, there is no medicine. That's all, no medicine at all. People use medicine for your arthritis, people use medicine for your heart, people use for eyes, so kind of supplements and everything. But we don't have any supplement for brain, honestly. We don't have, so don't believe that you have something to control your feelings. One of the important things is now we are coupling understanding, as Dr. Srinivas Reddy explained, neuronavigation to surgeries, where they want to precisely understand. You know nothing but your Google map. You want to straight go to your house, you put a Google map, it directly directs you. Same thing, they take an MRI or a CT scan and put the neuro navigation directly says the tumor is in this place only. Somebody asked whether it's going to take out some normal tissue. No, because it correctly points out system. That's why surgeries have become tremendously active. Like in cancer, we have got proton therapy. That means you have only small region, which is a cancer. We will put a proton, cut the whole region without killing not even a single cell. So the advances have become very important in this. Parkinson, I will explain today only on Parkinson disease. I want to tell you one thing. When people have a shivering, people have always tremors. In the beginning they say, people think because you are shivering, because you have fear. Correct? Somebody shouted, touch you. Somebody keep getting this very often. Very often. A normal condition, a complex condition, you should be very carefully assess this. So, I know some of the students, when we were doing hackathon here, some of the students have come up with the hackathon ideas, on Parkinson's disease. But I would like to tell many of the students, don't only write app, because everybody wants to write an app. It's not easy to identify a disease by app. You need to identify facial changes. For example, somebody talking, their lips movement will change. Eye blinking changes. You know that there's only one eye blinks. So those kind of things you should carefully monitor in people. Because why? Parkinson is the neurodegenerative disease. Then once cells start dying, all the cells start falling. There is no medicine in the world so far to stop death of the cells. So even whatever model you try, still it keeps dying. And also you need to understand, everybody used to think Alzheimer's is only old people disease. Parkinson is also old people disease. Now we have patients with 30 years. We have patients with 28 years. We also have patients who have both Alzheimer's and Parkinson. So these are very, very important problems right now we're facing. Genetically, only 5%. Rest of the things you get sporadic. It may be stress, lifestyle, your thinking, because some people always think negative, you know that? When you have negative energy in your mind, what is negative energy? When everything they say nothing works in this world. Nothing works. Correct? When you are talking, it's easy to say nothing works. Correct? Or something works. Funny, But your brain gives a wave for everything to think, everything to thought and make a decision. That's why we always tell, be positive. Reason is you keep your brain active. If you are negative, you close, correct? It doesn't work, finish. That's where you have the problem. So, in these races, now we have young people coming with Parkinson's disease, especially after COVID. So, don't blame COVID vaccine. We find traumatization, what we call. If you ask somebody, why you are doing? No, sir, we don't know how many years we live. I want to enjoy. It's a principle. There are people who are also spendthrift. They won't spend money because they don't know whether they live. Why should I save money? Conceptualization came into the brain. We went through traumatic mental health issues after COVID. That's why we always precisely tell many people why you need to be positively minded. You are all reading newspapers, correct? Every day you see husband kill the wife or wife kill the husband. Imagine how they are going to live together. Isn't that? Why the criminal attitude
came in the intimated personalities because intimacy is between parents, children, husband, wife, correct? That part we are now working on that because we found a lot of neurochemical changes because people thinking has been changed. Once you think, your wave pattern in the brain is going to change. So be careful when you get a negative thinking, when you get any, I don't use the word, but criminal thinking in your mindset, or if you put any disturbed mind environment, please be careful. Contact a doctor. It is not easy joke for you because you are susceptible to do any activity. Maybe you commit suicide, maybe you harm yourself. Some people doing, while cutting things, they get so angry, they want to cut. That uncontrolled system happens. Imagine you have all these problems happening in a Parkinson's disease. Many of you ask, you say, where is my keys? Where is my keys? You don't, correct? And some of you will become craving eating because you want to eat only one item all the time, no matter it is. Morning pani puri, afternoon pani puri, night pani puri. It's a joke, correct? But for us, it's a serious matter. Your addiction going on. Because you need to be very carefully monitor your body system. Yesterday, I think day before yesterday, Vijay Madam explained on that. Imagine all over the world, disturbance of the Parkinson's disease is there. All over the world. Don't think we eat curcumin, we eat yoga, we do yoga, we do meditation. All these things is not helping us. Because you are only doing. When you close your eyes, can you all of you close your eyes? What do you see? Close your eyes. What do you see? There is a film pose, correct? So many things appear. There is nothing you do meditation on that. And I want you to do like breathing exercise. You keep doing but looking at many people. So that is the quality of life is very important. That is going to work. But remember, you are not protected. You go to God, you want to take selfie with the God. Correct? You want to go to God, we will ask a list of things to God. Please, these are my prayers. Please do this. Okay? Now coming to the especially pharmacy students, we need a lot of young people to do research, to develop drugs. But mind it, if you don't know clinical part of the brain, you cannot develop it well. Because there's a lot of things you need to work out on that. See, this is one part we are now working. Why after COVID, Parkinson is increasing. Now we find all of you still have COVID proteins, you know that. They are hidden in the lymphocytes. So they are the ones interacting and enhancing aggregation which happens in Parkinson's. This was just published now. This a computational model developed now. We are working on a clinical sample as Anita said yesterday. Look at the complexity of what happened in your brain. For a pharmacy student, only blocking, correct? Putting a drug in a block. And you do docking models. Docking models will not give you answers. They only say it binds. But look at the complex things happening around in the COVID protein interaction with the Parkinson protein. So now I am going to speak one part. Why Parkinson will come? Because there is one protein which is not functional. When it released from the membrane, okay, it forms the misfolded.
like you people, when you are given freedom, alone, you dance, you jump, you do everything, correct? Protein also does the same thing. And it loses its control. Then it forms the aggregation, leads to brain damage. So if you control that behavior of the protein by any drug, okay, it's going to help you. That's what we are looking now. Your dopamine will only reduce your tremors. It is not stopping the behavior of the alpha secretary. So there are, see, when you want to do research, especially young students, no, always you think I want to publish a paper. You don't have a research question here. So we always tell, have a good research question. Ask something which nobody knows. That question will lead to a good paper. Even both hypothetical, experimental, or even AI models. I show you that. So when you are talking, everybody says, I want to write a paper tomorrow. How do you write? You're not eating jalebi or gulab jam, correct? You need to think. You need to put. You need to read. Reading is a very essential part. I am telling you, when you read, when you dance, when you eat properly, when you sleep, you are always smiling. When you don't do any one of them, if you don't smile, please go to a psychiatrist. Because we know that you have a problem. So one of the things we did was, we have taken 50 Parkinson people and 50 age match control. If I have a Parkinson is 30 years, I will have a normal guy 30 years. And we did an MRI for those students. This is done by one of my students, Soumya. She just got her PhD. So in JS Medical College, we have a Parkinson Center which we built. And we did this MRI study. Making a Parkinson guy to sleep under MRI machine is very tough. Because he has no control. Normal guy itself gets scared. Correct? Because you have to sleep 28 minutes under MRI machine. And it makes sound. Duck, 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 you know? Because magnet moves, no radiation. Only magnet moves, okay? And after that, this is the hospitals where we did the studies. First we did same patients, we had taken the blood and we started analyzing some 8 to 10 parameters and then went to brain. Okay? And the same patient moved for MRI. It's a free study. We don't charge anything to the patient. Okay? Imagine alpha-synuclein, which is one of the important molecules, increased. So we have large number of things, changes we see. Some are increased, some are decreased. So what? Can you use any test to say this guy is going to become a Parkinson's in the next 10 years? Correct. If I don't have a test, how this is going to be very useful, I am showing you. And then same patients MRI scans. So we did for 9 regions which are selectively involved in movements. The MRI people only, the Parkinson's people have a movement problem. So we did the same problem in this. As Srinivas Reddy said, when you want to change the movement issue, your brain gets dilated. Can anyone tell me what happens in Parkinson's disease? Because normal brain is 1.5 kilogram. After a patient died, if I weigh the brain, how much will be lost? What will be weight? Some number. It reduces to 0.8 kilograms. That means 0.7 will be lost. We have a doctor, urologist, you know. This guy sleeps at home, fixed his surgeries, but forgets. He doesn't remember. So they arranged everything in the operation theatre, they put the patient, everything, but he doesn't come to hospital. He just forgotten. And imagine his age is 34 years. Okay? So what happened when this guy came, when he is doing, we did an MRI. We found his brain is shaky. He's 34 years, doctor. And he died in 6 years. Normally Alzheimer's patient lives 20 years. But this guy died in 6 years because his brain at the end, when he died, we suppose the brain did an MRI and weighed, and it is less than 0.6 kilograms. That is 0.9 kilograms was lost. So these are the changes. Now comes for the pharmacy, especially students who are interested to develop AI models or understand AI models. We want you to train you, because if you are not trained in AI, I'm telling you, you don't have much future. To get a job, you need to have a training in AI, which Shanti Madam is already trying to see how we can incorporate you to do that. For pharmacy students, we want important 3 things to happen in AMRD. Number 1, all of you should know clinical pharmacy. Okay? At the international level, there is a National Institute of Health, USA, runs a program free of cost. Free of cost. I want every student to go through that. Number 1. Once it is done, then we teach you what is clinical research and clinical trial. This is clinical research, not trial. You are trying to discover. Clinical trial is the one where you are trying to put some substance, some drug to identify how the drug is going to behave in the system. So we need to train you people to be ready for the industry. Okay? That one part you need to be very carefully assess yourself onto that. Because if you want to go to market, you need to be ready to eat food. You know that. That's how you need to be ready on that. For example, when we have, I told you, we have metal, we have all kinds of things. What it matters to me, correct? I need to understand how they are going to coordinate, which is my final point to tell this is the best test for Parkinson's. Like we have a sugar test, correct? You can just go, just pinch it out, you will see how much is your sugar value. So these are the interaction models you see, which you want to learn from AI. So I want all of you to get into these models. Okay, this is Pearson correlation efficient models in A. Okay, then you interact all of them, both brain and also the samples, and come up with a plan, which is your target. Otherwise, I don't know as a biologist, which is my target. Now you can see, the target is this. So, top one, 800-hydroxyguanosine, which is a product under DNA damage. That's the first primary target we see in Parkinson's. Earlier people were talking alpha-synuclein and other things, but this is the first target we discovered. That's what the Soumya's work has been published and is now registered in NIH, National Institute of Health, Biomarker Consortium. So you throw your finding with an evidence of publication, all the data included, then people assess the process. This part you have to precisely understand during research. When you want to write papers, this you need to identify which is my target. Okay? Same in the brain region, which is the region you have left brain, right brain. Correct? And all of them are distributed. One goes to the thinking, one goes to the movements, one goes to the brain, one goes to emotional disturbance. But everything is controlled. When you get angry, what you do? Anyone of you can tell me? You get angry, what you do? You are going to break, correct? Whatever you have, you do it. Or you have friends, you hit them. But you lose control. See,
Anger is this side, for example, beating is this side. So anger controls the process of beating. That's what happens terribly in emotional disturbances. That's where brain-brain interactions happening in Parkinson's disease. So when you have depression, not that you are depressed, when you get depressed, what symptoms you see? You eat like a mad, correct? If I give 10 chapatis, you eat 10 chapatis. But after 2 months of depression, you eat only 1 chapati. After 6 months of depression, you don't eat. So in the beginning you become fat, then you become lean, correct? In the beginning you talk to people. In the end, you don't talk to people. That's what happened in the depression parameter. That's why when we are watching, we watch carefully so that we assess your parameters. So whether you are under depression, over depression, or medium depression. Okay? For example, some of you may be good in mathematics, some of you may not be good in mathematics. Okay? But now you have software to help you. So when you want to do things, research is not that you write something. Don't say I will write something. I publish something. No meaning, honestly. You will not be recognized unless you do. You have seen Srinivas Reddy. He published the papers in journals of his own studies. Correct? So everybody has to learn. So we will have a training, what is called research paper writing training. Before that we ask you how to design a research question. If you don't know research question, you will not become a good researcher. Why India did not get Nobel Prize after Sir C. Raman? Can anyone of you tell me? 1950s, Sir C. Raman got the Nobel Prize. After nobody got the Nobel Prize. Because we did not discover. India is number 2 in publications in the world. China is number 1, India is number 2. We didn't discover. Look at Japan. They have 4 Nobel Prizes in the last 3 years. Because discovery is very important for future medicine. Okay? This is what AI models explain you. Same data what we did, we applied AI models on this. And then you get different interactions. If you don't know, if I show MRI, you see MRI, correct? But if I want to see interactions, I need to put molecular there. That is where I put artificial intelligence. Now we are advancing little more to quantum science. You might have heard quantum value, But what is quantum? How to do that? How to write small equations? Those are the things now people are looking. That's why, as Srinivas Reddy said, we are moving towards engineering medicine. There's nothing you do in medicine without engineering. We need to discover in medicine by engineering group. Same way pharmacy group, we want you people to go to hospital, spend your time in emergencies. You know how a doctor treats a patient in emergency when BP slaps down, correct? When BP down, for one patient you give one medicine, for another patient you give another medicine. Because you start working on fluctuation of the BP, you change the medicine. You only know medicine name, correct? You have to know fluctuation pattern. So if your real pharmacy challenge, you need to work in the emergencies in the night. You need to work in ICUs. Watch what the doctor is doing because there is only very limited time to save a patient. Because if you somebody get heart attack, you run to a doctor, you say, Doctor, you are God, please save my father. Correct? That is a very short time they have to decide. Imagine they have to memorize the medicines. That's where you have to keep your thinking very strong. You have to read. See, for example, college and Shanti Madam gives an opportunity here, Now you heard so many things. Remember, memorize, write down. Come up with questions. Why this? Because you keep your brain active. If you keep your brain active, you live longer and you look younger. You never age fast.
You know, people say, I have a dark lines, correct? Many people go to and many people use creams. Why you get dark lines? Pigmentation process. No? Pigmentation process is controlled. Lot of people who are people with depression get lot of black dots. They say, oh, I am getting all black dots in the face. Because only depression. Depression de-orders the melatonin pigmentation. Because you don't sleep. You don't sleep, you get it. When you come to me and say, how many hours you are sleeping? You say, no, I am sleeping 10 hours. If I have a circle, I have a pigmentation, I say, you are telling lie. Because we know that is the process. That's very important, crucial, you need to understand. Modeling is very crucial in medicine now. Every doctor asks, I want quick result to get it. Because you want to quickly. When a patient is on the, dying in the emergency, when he does MRI, and then MRI result, he cannot ask a radiologist and sit and read. You look at that and get the MRI, now a result will get. They say, this is the problem, this is where you need to inject it. Okay? That's how the system works. Unless you visit hospitals, you don't know what is going on in the world. Tremendously, medicine is changing. Important, pharmacy is changing. Who decides the drug? Now doctor decides the drug, correct? Who has to be there to help you? You guys have to be there. So in US, as a doctor, if I write a medicine, that prescription will not be valid unless it is approved by pharmacist. Because pharmacist asks, what is your side effects? Do you have any, interaction? Any of these side, things? And do you have any peanuts allergy? All kinds of problems. So they will watch on that. So you are trained very well. Because in pharmacy training, outside, only 1 to 1.5 years is study in college. Rest of the time they are at the hospital. Moving to the doctors, moving to the nurses, talking to patients. You have to go talk to patients. Because you should know what his problem is. Whether he has an allergy issues. Okay? Now AI helps in this process in identifying. So any one of you can come up with a project. Okay, take a patient with cardiac problem, patient with infectious disease, patient with anxiety. Every one of you have anxiety, no? Everyone, including me. If something doesn't happen, we get annoyed. You say, I am getting angry. Or I am stressed. Word, stress. What happens during stress in your body? You know that? What is the first symptom you are saying you are stressed? If your friend comes and says, I am stressed, what we do? We touch the heart. Okay? What is increase more than 72. If it is 90, you say you are stressed. If it is only 72, I don't believe you are stressed. Okay? Because cortisols are the one which is very, very important role in the management of stress. Look at the mapping. You can understand one data in multiple forms. That way, I request all the pharmacy students to take advantage of the data what you have in clinical. Start understanding how to analyze it. That's your best paper. That you can publish in a good impact factor. That where you get international travel grants. So many opportunities for youngsters. So many opportunities in the world. You want to go abroad, you want to do things, you have a chances to do, provided you have skills in your hand. You have skills in your hand. Okay? As a student, you always mind is please read more than what a teacher tells in the class. There is something beyond available at a free of cost community world. Okay? These are the new discoveries the girl has made. So in the beginning she got scared, seeing a Parkinson's patient with if you do like these, facial problem. But said this is life. Yes, you get, I get, But look at interaction with the patient, understand them, talk to them. They do it.
I tell you, we used to work on Alzheimer's disease. I used to have a student, now she is in Australia as a director of the Alzheimer's Center. We used to work on Alzheimer's patients. She used to keep BDs and cigarettes in her packets to report. Because Alzheimer's patient, we asked them to keep quiet. He said, give me cigarette. You'll ask, there's a temptation of caffeine for them. We used to tell this girl, keep cigarettes and BDs in yourself, give them so they become calm and to sleep on the bed of the MRI patient. To do that. So as a student, as a pharmacy, person, you also need to understand psychology of the patient. Okay? Never see patient as a problem. Never see patient as a problem. Imagine how Symposium was doing, cutting the brain so much. Some people ran away from this room thinking, oh, I get things. But you have to go. If you want, any one of you want to go to see surgery, stay 5 or 6 hours in surgery room, I tell you. No matter any match or any place, even aims, I will help you to go and see the surgery. It's nice to see where you have to stand and see. You cannot do anything. You have to watch. And then you learn how the whole surgery went through. Every student should have this opportunity to use it. You don't need to pay. Right? It's free. Somebody is teaching you something in life. And if you don't see what research paper, what will be the leaders of the future, tell me. In US, 8th standard students go to surgery. Because before they want to become a doctor, they need to go through it. Every 10th grade student in US who want to go to medicine will have publication. 10th grade student. You ask him what you have done, he will explain everything. Okay? So, this is one of the studies, very interesting study came from China. See, in the spinal fluid, they have taken, we found fibrils are formed in the spine in Parkinson's disease. So we took that and said, well, can we predict 99% whether the person is an early or middle or a late Parkinson's disease. And we applied same AI models for this. We have two good professors from Kochi working with us. So we helped the girl to build it as part of her PhD and part of Soumya also. So we made this, and you can imagine all these things, I don't need to explain, it is very complex for you. Finally we developed a model that, and we say now it is 97%. You can say this patient is early, middle or late. Why the classification? Because we want to do deep brain stimulation. When we want to do deep brain stimulation, we want to know classification. But what is called switch off, switch on. Withdrawing the symptom withdrawal. So we want to do for my sister who died recently. She's only 60. When she was 61, she got Parkinson's disease. In 3 years, her brain was formed up and her brain weight became 0.4 kilograms. Because rapid degeneration. So we want to classify the patient into this. It will help the doctor to decide what he has to do. This is the role of pharmacy has to do this. But you are the one who is going to play a very significant role on this. What is the major problem? Look at the questions. Before you ask me, I have many questions with me. So there are some more questions come from you, correct? Before I stop, I have few things, especially for younger people. Okay? We always thinking negative, positive is a fun. Correct? We think it's a fun. Getting addicted, some environment is also a fun. But also, mind it, you are going to store that memory in your brain. That is going to affect your pathways in the brain. Because if I am angry, anger peptide coming up. You are not simply become angry, no. When you become angry, there is something happening in the brain. That will disturb all the things. That's why you become angry, you want to hit, you want to jump, you want to kill, what not you want to do. One anger. One anxiety, you become weak. Imagine if you are a depressed person, horrible. I don't know how many of you depressed anytime. If you are depressed, horrible. Your brain terribly disturbed. Okay? People say, I have no mood. What do you mean by mood? Those disturbances, you need to be very, very careful. For example, when you have issues, you adapt 6 pathways. Anybody knows gossiping? Gossip, Because you want to tell somebody everything right, correct? You say, I have seen a line here. I have seen the girl is jumping, nobody is jumping. Nobody is jumping. But they put an hallucination pathway and they try to gossip. And somebody went somewhere, teach the shopping. Teacher is not there, student is not there. This is what is gossiping. Second one, self-talking. Anyone of you have doing that habit? When you are alone, keep doing, you want to talk to yourself. You are walking in the kitchen and everywhere. When you have privacy, nobody is there, you talk to yourself. Because you are the hero of your life. That way. But continuous self-talking is also an issue. Because it is reducing your depression, honestly. Stress is reducing. You think it's good, but you are habituated. And some people have intra-personality, interpersonality. Some people like only some people. They don't want to move with the people. Right? Some people hate, some people love. This is what is called intrapersonality issues. Now, what is happening after COVID is this topic. That's what we are now working on research. Any one of you interested, come with a research person, we will help you. We will include you as a part of our author in our paper. Only thing is you have to come with a research person. Because everybody reads, somebody says, somebody killed, husband killed or wife killed, something happened. Then immediately in histogram, there is a video I saw, mother teaching his son, how to choose a girl. You want to get married, how to choose a girl. Okay? Whether girl has a knife, okay? Whether girl can hold your things and how strong she is. And when you are talking to her, whether she comes very close, imagine you are lost. You are lost. Seeing that, everybody is scared, everybody, That is going to be a mental health issues by 20. That's what I want to give a message. If we don't control now, the mental health issue is going to be tremendously heavy by 2050. You are all going to live up to 2050, I know. And when you live, please mind it, you will have tremendous problems. These are the unresolved questions. And then we have many things which we need to create. We cannot depend on blood, EEG, MRI, we do once it happens. Our problem is, can I predict this disease very early? So I tell you one example. Best one is the prostate cancer. A lot of people have prostate issues, but we cannot predict before. Once they get, they have to management issues, clinically. But there is a Chinese group which we are working and where we have successfully developed techniques. Now we can predict 10 years before the prostate problem. We can tell 10 years before you are likely to get a prostate cancer in 8 to 10 years. So that we manage the lifestyle. Imagine we want to create those kind of tests. So those who want to do hackathon and other things, please develop thinking, okay? Looking at the way language you speak. Pavani is working on that. Now we're tremendously putting her on that line. That way you speak words are the symptoms of your disease. So it's called linguistic biomarkers. We don't take blood, we don't take anything, we keep watch carefully and record how many words used repeatedly and how many missing words also repeated. Today morning we heard the lecture from many. We invited specifically because we are collaborating with things. So those are the things we took and built in our college. You have a large number of students. You can test linguistics and biomarker on all your students. You can classify them what well classified, depressed, or anxiety people, or stressed people, whatever. Do by yourself in your system. And as rightly Vijay Madam told, I want every student to undergo a blood pressure test and a sugar test. I requested Madam, I am going to support you people. Every student go through. You are young, correct? We know that we don't have sugar, we don't have anything, we don't follow symptoms. Every student needs to undergo this because this will help for future mental health issues, which Dr. Suresh is going to explain further. Lot of scope in this research. Both biology side, clinical side, pharmacy side, biotechnology side, engineering side. That's why we want engineers to get into biology, biology people get into medicine, all people should work together. So what will be the next program in AMRD? Anybody predict? I'm going to give an answer. Now we are only pharmacy students, no? Where is your engineering group? They are nowhere, correct? No, we are going to mix what is called engineering medicine. Where people are going to identify tremendous implications in engineering medicine, what is happening to the body. Because we want engineers, like pharmacists, to sit with the medical people, see the problem solved. Then only India will come under Make in India program because it's Bharat 2047. You are the leaders to do that. So please ask right questions. Anytime you have anything, you can contact your faculty or madam, connect with me, ask me questions. Your question is the best question I suppose. And I already told you in the beginning of the meeting, that any one of you should go, abroad for your internship. We already announced, especially from my side only, I give 10,000 rupees to any student who is going abroad from AMRD college for the internship. It is not just to throw an application. Don't set some announcement. People say, I applied. People are not selected. Why? You don't know how to write an application. Correct? The other person is going to look at your nice research questions. Your research questions are extraordinary, They select. We will help you. That's the dream of people, especially when boys and girls should become leaders. Because the next 10 years is going to be a breakthrough. Lot of competition in the world. And all the world is open now. Everybody will give money. You want to go to China, we get you money. You want to go to Finland, we get you money. You want to go to Germany, we get you money. And Modi is also bringing those universities to India now. So we want to get you to expose, make AMRD college a proud. Because you have only one lady, that is Santi Reddy, heading the institution both in Telangana and Andhra. Only one lady, you know that? Every place, Malla Reddy, Andhra Reddy, all people are there. Correct? Men are there. But women handling the situation, only she. So we should really congratulate her for that. And we have a lot of women here. So if she is struggling, okay, she is struggling, living a luxury life in the US, Now you people have to do that. So she given an opportunity to every one of you. And this meeting is an eye-opening for all of you. Where we brought people from Japan. Yesterday you have seen how Masako was enjoying her life. She's a top neurologist. Then she stopped dancing. Yesterday we went for a watch for your brain. She was happy, enjoying. That is picked up life. Anyone of you know how old is she?
Can you only predict her age? She is 59 years. She does that. And every moment you talk to her, first thing she will do is smile. First thing she will smile. I will tell you, she will definitely live 100 years. That spirit people have to build. So take the advantage of this. Please come up with a question and bring your future career at top level. When you become a leader, whole AMD will be proud, Andhra Pradesh will be proud, everybody will be proud of you. I want you to do that. We are ready to support you. But only thing is, if you don't come up with an enthusiasm, and don't come up with a question, don't come up with a feeling of achieving, we cannot do anything. You only tell, correct? But you need to come with that. Thank you very much for this. So I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir, for your deep insights and great research work over Parkinson's disease and giving the scope of research work in India and all over the world. And it's time to students to interact with sir and raise your questions. Madam, you can proceed. Thank you.
Sir, thank you for your valuable speech, sir. My doubt is, can our the delta gamma waves influence Parkinson's management, sir?
Yeah. See, when we do, when Parkinson's disease people always have emotional disturbance, as you rightly said, madam, because they have depression. Coupled on Parkinson's disease people. Because when they're shaking hand, they cannot shake hand to you. And everybody, when you are doing, you will come and look at you. Go to social function everywhere. So your sleep activity, your beta communication. Very interestingly, we have one therapy which is called deep brain stimulation. Now we do that therapy based on your lips. That's why it is called EEG, deep brain stimulation. So they keep working on your brain. You see how you are thinking pattern. Accordingly, they will, put the voltages. If anybody wants to see that, it is not available in here nearby. You can go to Hyderabad. It is arranged in Kim's Hospital. So do that process. And especially before I forget, anybody wants to go and experience robotic medicine, for example, or you want to experience digital diagnostic radiology, any students want to spend a month like that, they are ready to send not only pharmacy, engineering students also we send them. I sent to care 5 students recently. Then they want to go and learn. So that's where we need to work on. EG pattern is very significant, especially in Parkinson's.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for giving a wonderful lecture on Parkinson's disease and the biomarkers. So the question from my side is, what emerging biomarkers do you believe has the greatest potential to transform Parkinson's disease diagnosis over the next decade?
2 parameters I told you. One is CSF, cyanogen, confirmations, like aggregates that I showed you 97% we are able to predict. Okay? And the second, but there is a very triggering point, because you cannot take CSF from everybody. If somebody has minute symptoms, or small seizures, which you predict, then you can do that part. The second one is 800 sequences we just registered. They showed you the Soumya's one. Now we want to use that as a because that also couples with diabetes, but we want to use that as a model to see how we are coming. But we believe no single model like glucose. For diabetes, we only do glucose. We have glucose test, increase and decrease glucose. For Parkinson's, we have multiple things. Put them into a model, come up with the sequence. Still is open.
Thank you. So one more question I have. So before
happening. So to changes in ceruloplasmin level correlate with the severity of motor symptoms or cognitive impairment in Parkinson's disease.
See, the ceruloplasmin is a protein where copper goes and binds. Okay? Copper iron levels drastically increase in Parkinson's brain. We did an MRI for iron elevation boost up the brain, and once it boosts up, we start degeneration. That's what we are working on, you know. But when we found blood levels to MRI levels, you know, pattern, you see significant matching. But we don't say if ceruloplasmin alone goes, you get tremors. But it's one of the factors. It's not the main factor. It is there. We don't know how tremors are coming. We have a repeated fire from the brain, you know, neuromuscular reaction symptoms. So it keeps firing. So normally if I hit you, what do? You hit me. You don't know that. You don't hit me, you know that. Or you hold my hand if I am hitting, correct? How this reaction came? Okay, that if I do repeatedly, without hitting, you do like this, like Srinivas Reddy showed, tremors, seizures condition, then we have the issues. That's what we are looking now. Madam asked about EEG pattern. We are looking at the patients very carefully on that. Because now people have centers coming up. Yashoda Hospital in Hyderabad has a nice center. Because if one of you want to go look at those centers, best one is IMAX. IMAX is a beautiful center where you need to go and see the pattern. Because you cannot do one test and say this is easy. You have to have multiple tests to be done for this patient. If you want to do multiple tests, you have to go to hospitals and see them. That's why when Soumya died with her, first 7 months I put in the hospital. She will always working with psychiatrists and neurologists to see what they are trying to gain from this person. So clinically they become active. Otherwise you don't know the patient, you try to develop a model. You don't know anything. You are not seeing the patient. So you have to, that's why you have an advantage as pharmacy students, they will give you opportunity to go to the hospital to utilize. There is a beautiful MRI, there is a beautiful ultrasound, because people get carotid artery aspects. Somebody gets breathing issues. No? Other people also develop the blocks here. It's a very simple test. Ask, yesterday I was telling Vijay, she is ready to show you people. You do an ultrasound, put a children do an ultrasound, I know whether your artery is clean or blocked. If you are blocked, you are always be careful with your brain, because you may get stroke. Correct? Those are available here only, very close to you people. So walk into the places, talk to madam, madam is here. Take advantage of seeing them. Once you see them only, you know. See, unless students have that opportunity, and students dream, because you cannot say, go take a bus, go everywhere. You have to come and ask, then only she will. Okay?
Thank you, sir. Sir, I have a small question.
There's no small and big question is question.
Sir, based on cognitive biomarkers, how can we refer it as a depression or anxiety or any other neurological conditions like Parkinson's? Or we can treat Parkinson's before treatment?
This is a good question. One important thing, we predicted, 10 years back, and ruled it again, worked on Parkinson's disease. Recurring depression. You get depressed when you forget. You say, I'm depressed, you are okay. Not that, you are recurring depression. That means you are undergoing depression continuously, very often, with the breaks. We worked with the psychiatrist, because of this has gone, and we found those people with the recurring depression are the people susceptible for Parkinson or Alzheimer's. That's why we always caution, everywhere I go, I always caution 2 things. One is avoid depression. No matter it is.
You have proper talk to people, the depression disappears. Then alone you have to think, many things. And don't talk to a negative person. Because you will add more fire into your brain. Know that? So that you have to be very carefully what is called counseling. There is a counseling between a psychologist, counseling between a psychiatrist. Okay? So please follow.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, why can't we regenerate nerves? Liver can regenerate easily through some growth factors or cell proliferation. In the same manner, why can't we recreate the nerve?
So what is asking me? You have a liver cirrhosis, liver will grow back. All that you do, you regenerate your liver. So can we do that process in the brain? See, brain has a complex first one. And the second one is, cell division is not there in the brain. Because that one part is aspect, they have a stable number. And connectivity is just, Madam was explaining yesterday. Know that. You cannot create connectivity by using your thing. But what people are trying to use is stem cells. They take stem cells. The first study was done in 1984, which we helped them to grow stem cells. In a 35 years guy having a Parkinson's. Dr. Neurosurgeon, Dr. Venkatramana in Vinayas. So we grow first stem cells, expert we trained in India. And we put the guy no sugar. He is able to do things. But same thing cannot be repeated in other people because each microenvironment, the brain was completely different. That's very complex. That's one of the two questions you should think of. Microenvironment of the brain cell. The astrocytes, neuron cells, microglia, so many things are there. Read so that you get more information. You can make a nice research question. Your question is good. Now add information so you make a good research question. So you make a good human hypothesis paper. Keep thinking. Don't stop with this question. Okay? Keep thinking and we'll come back to us. We'll help you.
Thank you, sir, for your patience and kind interaction with our students. Now I request the co-chair of the session, Dr. Pratyusha Ma'am, Vice Principal of Hindu College of Pharmaceutical Sciences, to give the closing address.
Please come.
A very good afternoon to the August gathering here. With due respect to all the elders present here, myself, Dr. A. Pratyusha, would like to propose closing remarks of today's session. I deem it a great honor and pleasure to be part of this very informative session from Dr. Professor K.S. Jagannath Rao sir. So thank you so much for your valuable session which enlightened almost all the crew of pharmacy fraternity present over here. I would like to just take a few minutes to just brief the session and conclude with my remarks. Professor Jagannath Rao sir has suggested the significance of identifying a research question or a research problem so that could be addressed by all the pharmacy students by their pharmacy research at education level itself. Sir also suggested proposing modeling, identifying a proper model using AI, ML that could identify the biomarkers contributing to the identification of the disease. Also, sir has concluded with unresolved questions which are future challenges for all the young budding pharmacists to propose their research, and I take this opportunity to thank sir for this offering that an encouragement for research, like promoting the students participate in abroad internships. So this really means a lot, and I am grateful, and I should definitely appreciate the efforts of the management of A.M. Reddy College for having organizing such a wonderful and intended work of this today's session. Thank you, Madam Shanti Garu, for organizing this event, and I thank all the people of the management and the principal, Dr. Bhargav Garu, Madam Jyotirmay Madam, and today's chairperson of the session, Ramna sir, and everybody who is present here. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And I request all the dignitaries to come forward to give the felicitation to Dr. Jagannath Rao sir for his great contribution in the field and ground research of Parkinson's disease. I cordially invite Dr. Jagannath Rao sir to kindly accept our felicitation. All the dignitaries come forward and join in the event of felicitation. Now I humbly request the chairperson of the session, Dr. K. Venkatramana sir, to accept our felicitation. I request all the dignitaries to proceed the felicitation to Dr. K. Venkatramana sir. The co-chair of the session, Dr. Pratyusha ma'am, to accept our felicitation. I kindly request the dignitaries to proceed the felicitation event to Dr. Pratyusha ma'am. Thank you all for conducting the we extend our thanks to the speaker, to the co-chair and the chair. Thank you all. And we are almost at the end of the 3-day International Symposium on New Discoveries in Brain and Disorders. Hope your brain is in continuous feeding of insights by neurosurgeons, neuroscientists and spine surgeons. It's time to feed your belly. Take the lunch break and enjoy the delicious food offered. Join with us at 2 p.m. again as we have 2 more interactive sessions with Dr. Samatha, neurologist from Kids Hospital, Dr. C.H. Suresh, scientist from ICMR and MNIM Hyderabad. There's an announcement. Oral and poster presentation. by Professor Suresh, scientist, IC Principal, Quest College of Pharmacy, Ongole as Chair. And it's my immense pleasure to introduce the Quest College of Pharmacy, Ongole, and working as Vice President of
implications will be there, and how lead and alkaline peptides, those peptides which is being deposited in the brain during Alzheimer's situation, and how it can cause toxicity to the brain. And this topic is closely associated with the mitochondria. You know that mitochondria is powerhouse of the cell. Whatever the activity you are performing, including talking, walking, sharing, smiling, you need little energy. That energy will be dispersed by the mitochondria. So mitochondria plays an important role in all kinds of activities. So here also for the progression of the Alzheimer's and Parkinson's, whatever may be, dementia, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, mitochondria plays an important role. Any kind of disturbances to the mitochondria may adversely affect the brain function. So our lab was closely associated with the working with the brain cells, simulation in the laboratory, and how the mitochondria is affected with the exposure of the lead and alkaline peptides, which has been generated in the Alzheimer's situation, gets deposited in the brain. So I just go through initially small basics, and then my research, whatever I perform, I show the interesting results also, how these kind of toxic substances plays an important role in the alterations of the function of the mitochondria. So therefore, my title goes with the lead and amyloid peptides. Amyloid means amyloid peptides induce mitochondrial dysfunction and the human neuronal cells. Here we have taken the human cells like SHS5 brain cells in the laboratory. We have cultured them and we try to expose this one, simulate the situation of the Alzheimer's and to see the effects, isolate the mitochondria and see the effects of the toxic effects by these two substances. So you all know the heavy metals are toxic to the human health and they are not degradable and they show serious health consequences. Even low concentrations also is toxic and also poisonous to the body. And most commonly available heavy metals are lead, mercury, arsenic, and cadmium. The pollutant, this is from the pollution, industrial pollutants. This will be there everywhere in the environment and the consumption through the drinking water and through the soils. Your industrial effluents are there. When they releases these toxic substances that will go seep into the soil. From there, all kinds of vegetables, whatever we are taking, that goes into the So contaminated drinking water and the contaminated soil plays an important role in the distribution of these heavy metals into the environment. And you see the vegetables, grains, whatever the industrial effluents are there in the soil through the water, these vegetables and the grains, the fruits, fish and shellfish, they are all being contaminated and whatever we are consuming, through them only this lead goes into the body. And you see the deleterious effects including the reduced growth and development, cancer, even organ damage. We can see this one with the nervous system also. Nervous system damage will be there, alterations in the nervous system, the neuronal function, and it may lead to the death also. So see, this basically comes from the industrial activities. So in industry, how this gets seeps into the environment, I will show in my coming slides. And basically this is from the industrial activities and slowly deposits into the surrounding water and soil. Then we get exposed to those the heavy metals and it goes into the body and shows its adverse effects. And you see there are several metals like I said, arsenic, cadmium, chromium, mercury, lead and other heavy metals, but I am interested on the lead. So lead causes a kind of it goes into the body through inhalation and ingestion, which causes neurotoxicity and also several other organs will be damaged and it may lead to predatory nausea and other things. But I am interested on the nervous system. And if you see little bit what kind of exposures we can expect. So there are different kinds of exposures like acute, chronic and subchronic. And with acute is a single exposure. You are just passing by, you get exposed to some kind of chemical. Immediately you will react to the body and show a kind of toxicity, the local whatever irritation. It can last for 24 hours. Chronic is long-term. Long-term exposure. Suppose an industry is there near to your home, you are getting exposed every day. So it is called as what we call a chronic exposure, long-term exposure. And you may expect that in your lifetime also you will get exposed. That is called chronic exposure. So subchronic is repeated exposure. So sometimes you may go to some other place, you may get exposed and come back and see some other place. So different kinds of places, different kind of influence and industrial whatever toxic metals you will get exposed. That is called subchronic. And you see the acute versus chronic exposure. Acute is in single event. You immediately get exposed and it goes into the body, it shows reaction and in a day or two this subsides. But chronic is small doses over a long period of time and allows slow accumulation in the body. It shows ultimately kind of damage to different systems. One of the systems is the nervous system. And you see what kind of chemical forms, the chemical forms that produce toxicity, they show the deleterious effects and maybe because of the parent drug or the chemical structure, whatever is there in the chemical, which causes damage to the system and may be produced by the enzymes, light or reactive oxygen species, electro-oxidative stress also. And see, there are different kinds of toxic reactions. They are pharmacological, pathological and genotoxic. Sometimes it damages the DNA and it can pass on to the children also, and therefore the fetus may get affected, and this is called genotoxic toxicity, and which all depends on the concentration of the chemical, and sometimes it may be reversible or irreversible. There are certain substances which are very toxic. We may not expect the reversible situation. It is irreversible situation, and some kind of repair is required for the body. And see, the local toxicity, systemic toxicity, there are different types of toxicities. Local toxicity is there, which is local and first contact between the toxicant and the biological system. And the systemic toxicity requires absorption, distribution, and toxicant. The toxicant may produce both effects, local or systemic toxicity, and it goes into circulation with the portal entry. It may go and circulate throughout the body. It causes damage to different organs in the body. And there are different kinds of stages of toxicity, like first it delivers and then interacts with the target molecules and alters the biological environment, and also cellular dysfunction will be there, and ultimately it shows the repair or failure. So if we see the lead it causes a kind of toxicity throughout the body. When you see this slide, you can expect a kind of toxicity starting from the brain to the toe. And it causes vision obstruction, the central nervous system obstruction. Even it can damage the mouth, whatever the unusual taste, blurred speech, and blue line among the gums, and kidney failure, and other things. But I'm just interested in the nervous system. And see what are the sources for the lead. You can see whatever the day-to-day things, whatever you are getting exposed, like paints. Paint is having the darker the color means more of lead. And you can see the toys and jewelry. Normally children play with the toys, plastic toys, that also is having lead. And also you see the petrol. Petrol is what we have to the vehicles, like two-wheeler or four-wheeler, whatever it is. Petrol is having leaded petrols are available, it is having lead. And herbal remedies, some of the herbal remedies, Ayurveda, they use lead. And radiation, shielding, soldering, and drinking water pipes. The pipe connections, whatever you have in the home, also has some kind of lead. And the bullets and ammunition and lead is the tableware. And we use whatever the tableware in the dining table, that also is got lead. These are the sources where you are getting exposed to the lead throughout lifetime without our knowledge. These are all the regular things which are available in the society or environment. So through them you are getting exposed without your knowledge. And you see what is the pathophysiology of the lead. Lead basically gets accumulated in the blood. In half-life period is 25 days, we can see in the blood. And also soft tissues like brain, liver, and kidney, it can be there for 40 days. And mineral tissue like in the bone gets deposited for more than 25 years. So once it goes in the system, very difficult to come out of the body. It won't get excreted. It gets deposited in different tissues like blood, soft tissues, and mineralized tissues. And also the sources is through inhalation, ingestion, dermal contact, and transplacental. And excretion is very poor. And if you have micronutrient deficiencies also, like copper, zinc, and other like iron, and we can expect more of the lead into the system. And also see, the lead is not metabolized in the body, therefore it absorbs and stays back in the body. So it stays back and it gets affects different systems in the body. So lead has got long biological half-life, especially in the mineralized tissue like bone, and it underlays the calcium metabolism and it stays back in the bone. And so this is the pathophysiology what I explained in the previous slide. And you see intracellular effects, what happens exactly with the lead. Lead can interfere with the enzymes like enzymes which plays an important role in the vitamin D synthesis, where this can play an important role in obstructing the enzyme, so that vitamin D will not be there, synthesis will not be there. And lead also plays an important role in the collagen synthesis molecules, like those things also it gets affected, and so collagen synthesis will not be there, so that the skin texture will not be there. And also it has got association with the decrease in the activity of the polymorphonuclear glucosides, and it causes immune dysfunction. And also it plays an important role in the mitochondrial oxidative phosphorylation ATPases obstruction. So therefore the mitochondrial function will be disturbed so that your energy will not be generated. And this is the one, if you see, you might be studying from your 6th class or 7th class, what is mitochondria and how it functions. And I don't want to go into the details of this one. This is basically, it involves glycolysis, TCA cycle, and other things where there are several complexes in the mitochondria like complex 1, 3, 4. There are several enzymes there, and these enzymes will get affected with the lead. Lead inhibits those enzymes and start functioning on the mitochondria, where mitochondria function will be altered. And these are all the complexes which are shown here, like the complex 1, 3, and 4. And it also plays an important role in the ATP synthesis. Like ATP synthase is an enzyme which plays an important role in the synthesis of the ATP. ATP is nothing but adenosine triphosphate which generates the energy. So the ATP synthase will be getting affected. So therefore ATP synthesis will not be there. And the clinical signs are like see 25 to 60 microns of the blood lead is there in the circulation. It gives a kind of loss of appetite, vomiting, weight loss, and constipation. So anemia, irritability, learning disabilities, behavioral problems, all kinds of things you can expect. And beyond 80 to 120 microns per deciliter in circulation, it causes cranial nerve paralysis, encephalopathy, seizures, and coma. These kind of things also we can expect. See, you can see from 10 microns per deciliter to 150 microns, and even you can expect higher the concentrations of the lead in the circulation, even we can expect death. So that is the ultimate one. All other things we can see here. So there are degree of lead poisoning is moderate, severe, and medical emergency. And beyond 120 microns per deciliter, we need medical emergency. The person may go into the coma also. Now to see what is neurotoxicity. I was talking about the lead and the environmental pollutant, how it affects. Let us see now what is neurotoxicity. Neurotoxicity is an adverse chemical effect and the structure and function of the central and peripheral nervous system through the biological or chemical, whatever the toxic heavy metal which can cause damage to the nervous system. And also we see what are the things we can expect. Diminishes the ability of the organism to survive because it affects directly to the brain. So it causes neurotoxicity and permanent, it may be permanent or reversible and produced by the different kinds of chemicals or toxic substances, and which causes neurodegeneration also because of this one, like Alzheimer's or Parkinson's, whatever it may be. So you see the brain. Brain has got different kinds of, you must be knowing about different kinds of parts in the brain, like frontal lobe, parietal lobe, temporal lobe, and cerebellum, occipital lobe. And this represents all kinds of the functions in the brain, like judgment, impulse control, emotions. Different parts of the brain plays an important role in different functions of the body. If brain gets affected, these all functions will be affected. So what is Alzheimer's? Alzheimer's is a neurological brain disorder. It's a common form of dementia, and it is very progressive and irreversible, and decline in the intellectual and thinking abilities and also the personality behavior. These are all the classical symptoms of the Alzheimer's. And what causes Alzheimer's? It may not be a single cause, but different causes play an important role. Among those, one of the things is the heavy metal, this lead can cause kind of irreversible effects to the Alzheimer's. And maybe lifestyle factors, dietary habits, and complex cascade of the biological events takes place, which can cause the Alzheimer's, and the brain may get affected over the period of years. Then maybe after 40 or 50, you can experience the kind of the mental inabilities by the brain, so that we will try to know something is happening to the brain. Then we will see what kind of problems are there, like Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, or dementia. There's different tests are there to find out which kind of brain damage is there. But among those, Alzheimer's is the one. And the progressive, degenerative, and incurable brain disorder is one is Alzheimer's. and causes the brain nerves as deterioration in the brain nerve cells and disorientation and of the in the brain structures. So therefore, what we can expect in the brain is deposition of the amyloid plaques. I'm not going into the details. You can just verify what are amyloid plaques. And amyloid plaques can be, they are insoluble protein substances which can be deposited in the brain and affects the signal transduction. If you signal has to pass from this place to that place, and we need to have communication between the neuronal cells. So where the amyloid peptides get deposited, so that the signal transduction will not be there. Signal will not pass from one place to other place. Person may look very healthy, but his memory loss will be there because there is a kind of a transmission obstruction. The signals may not pass. If you put on the switch here, the bulb will go some other place. Like that everywhere in the brain. So there are different kinds of switches available, and this disorientation in the function may lead to the Alzheimer's. So you can see here what are this is the normal neuronal connections, and where this one is the connections where amyloid peptides gets deposited, plaques will form so that it can obstruct the signal passing from one neuronal cell to other neuronal cells. They are called as plaques, and there are neurofibrillary tangles are also there, which can form the basis for the neurodegeneration. So you can see here, this is the healthy brain, and we can see the structure is the cortex. This one is the Alzheimer's brain, where the cortex shows up, and the damaging areas, you can see the size is also very low. There is shrinkage of the regular brain, and which plays an important role. The hippocampus, which plays an important role in the new memories, will be shrink, so that the Alzheimer's brain will not be function properly as that of the normal brain. And the size of the lobes will also go bigger, so that the more of this fluid will get deposited and it affects the signal transduction. See, this is the one, the normal brain looks like that, and this one is the Alzheimer's brain. You can just verify that one. And symptoms of Alzheimer's is difficulty in performing the familiar tasks like preparing meal or opening a door, window or something like that, small things, and memory loss that affect job skills, and also problem solving through the language and unusual words with the person will be speaking unusual words which is not regular, and difficulty in writing and disorientation in time. Now time is 2:30 o'clock, the Alzheimer's person will say at some other time. So disorientation in timing also, and the ear, speech, all will be, the memory loss will be there in the Alzheimer's person. And also you can see loss of good judgment, problems with abstract thinking is also loose, and misplacing things, rapid mood swings, personality changes, loss of initiative, sleeping longer than usual, and loss of interest in everything. So that is a very classical symptom in the Alzheimer's situation. So what happens exactly, because the decrease in the neurotransmitters, that means signal transduction is not there, and the brain gets overexcited cells, and more of oxidative stress will be there, more of free radicals will be generated, and alterations in the DNA structure and damage, so that the energy will go down, where the function of the mitochondria comes into picture, and the free radicals, more and low antioxidants damages the cells like through free radical damage, and inflammation will be generated. So inflammation also will play an important role in the brain damage. So these are all the classical aspects of the Alzheimer's. And lead is their multimedia pollutant. Where it exactly is there is in the inhaled air, dust, food and drinking water. And continuous exposure to lead causes neurotoxicity to the brain and impairment of the hair functions, especially in the infants and adolescents. And what are the things which we can see is growth, mental retardation, all related to the brain, intellectual impairment, hyperactivity, encephalopathy, neurobehavioral changes, and suppression of cognition and learning memory functions. And what are the sources actually? Almost all you see every day, whatever you just be in the vicinity, like glass, pigments, leaded paint, ceramics, makeup, water transport, wine, cooking, and all kinds of additives. Especially women gets more affected because the makeup kits is having more of the colors, more of the makeup you are putting on the face, you have more of light. So you are getting more of exposure through the makeup kits. And their college says that there are 18 million people and 34 million by 2028. India is already having 4 billion and reaches to 5 million by 2028. And the causes for the Alzheimer's is not known actually. What kind of things really affects the brain and leads to the Alzheimer's is not known. Maybe different kinds of parameters plays an important role. One of those parameters could be the death. So Alzheimer's, like I said, the loss of is a progressive neurodegenerative disorder, loss of neurons, and more of protein tau is there, and amyloid plaque deposition through the ABP and sequential proteolysis by the beta secretase and gamma secretase, and to the more of the beta amyloid plaque deposit in the brain. But the causes is not known till now, which become what the neurotoxicity is being generated in the brain and through the oxidative stress and inflammation. And you see the neuronal plaques there and neurofibrillary tangles, and the plaques and neurofibrillary tangles, which is classical symptoms which we can see in the brain of the Alzheimer's. So in this area I've been working for last 20 years, and I have several publications in this area, and which is simply with the Alzheimer's and red and neurodegenerative disorders. So if you see real laboratory situation, how we can work in the lab. This is the laboratory data. One of my PhD students generated this data, but I try to show very little about what we generated, not the whole thing, but I try to touch upon everything here. We have exposed the lead to the different, brain cells and different concentrations. We found IC50 value. IC50 is limited concentration, 50% of cell death at 5 micromoles. And we have exposed for 24 hours, and we found that 5 micromoles is the IC50 concentration that we have used for further studies. And you can see here the different timing period also we did, like 12 hours, 24 hours and 48 hours. 24 hours is found to be ideal hours, so that in 24 hours brain gets deposited, lead gets deposited in the brain, so this is toxic effects. And you see the amyloid peptides is commercially available. Amyloid peptide 25, 35 and amyloid peptide 140 are predominantly get deposited in the brain. We have taken that one and simulated the Alzheimer's situation in the laboratory, and we have exposed this one to the brain cells. We found that 25, 35, 8 micromoles is the 24 hours exposure, 8 micromoles is the 50% of cell death you can see, and also the 60 micromoles, the broad range from 120 to 120 micromoles when you get exposed, and 60 micromoles is found to be the IC50 concentration where 50% death are there. And here, like lead, we have seen different time points like 24 hours, 48 hours, 70, 72 hours. Still we found that 24 hours is the maximum time where this gets damages the brain. And you can see these are the real pictures from the lab, and you can see here the control cells, how the brain cells looks like when you expose the 5 micromoles of the lead and different concentrations of the amyloid peptide, where you can see the loss of connections between the cells, and cells become circular in shape and decrease in cell number, and also neuritis you can observe, and texture and shape is changes, and ultimately it leads to cell lysis. Cell lysis means there is no cell function, so therefore cell loss will be there, and internal contents of the cell will come out of the cell, and there is no function of the cell. And you can see the scanning electron microscope images, which is the facility which we have. I am taking care of this equipment in our institute. And you can see here the scanning, some images here, the increased living, and it shows that apoptosis is happening, and increased membrane protrusions, and disconnection between the cells, and the loss of cell texture and shape. Ultimately, you can expect the cell lysis. Even some images also showing that one. And you can see the confocal imaging. We have confocal also in the laboratory, and you can see here the propionate is versatile giant. More of propionate fixed to the cells, more depth of cells you can see. So therefore, this slide shows that all combinations like lead and amyloid peptide shows more of cell death. Therefore, we can say that lead and amyloid peptide causing the less viable, reducing the viability so that more cells can be there. And if you see the mitochondria, because I just, whatever the background I have given, which exposed to the cells where mitochondria is being isolated, we have tested the signaling, whatever the mitochondrial biomarkers which shows that the mitophagy, nuclear fusion, all those things I will show in my presentation. So, which is mitochondria is playing an important role in regulation of apoptosis and induces the polarity, and which is the main source for the ATP synthesis and neuronal activity regulation, synaptic plasticity and other things. And we need to have more number of mitochondria for getting more of energy. And you see here, the entry accumulation gets this kind of industrial pollutants, goes into the cell and gets accumulated and upsets all the functions of the whatever the cell. And the AB accumulation also plays an important role where it will not allow the cells signals to go inside. And also the mitochondrial dysfunction you can see because of the decreased ATP generation, increased ROS and mitochondrial content potential. These are all the things which I am going to show in coming slides with data. So here the environmental contaminants like lead which goes causes the mitochondrial dysfunction, that is non-functioning of the mitochondria through the accumulation of alanine beta peptides and accumulation of pollutants. And these are all the effects you can see that even mitochondrial dynamics also will change and leads to the apoptosis. Apoptosis is a regular process, but induction of the apoptosis, early apoptosis is not good for the body. So apoptosis in the plant system it is called senescence. Means after certain year cell will die automatically. But inducing the cell death very early is not good for the body. But these amyloid peptides and the lead induces the cell to undergo apoptosis. That means early death. And these are all the mechanisms which are associated with the oxidative phosphorylation, where electron transport chain you must be knowing in the mitochondria. So these are all the pathways which we can study. And see, the whole hypothesis of my study is where the synergistic effects of the lead and amyloid peptides, whether it can cause the alterations in the mitochondrial function. This is the question of my study. So therefore, we try to unravel the mechanisms which are associated with the mitochondrial function. So these are all the very complex pathway in the mitochondria. These are all things which we can't study, but we have picked up some biomarkers and try to see and assess the mitochondrial function, whether it is regular way it is functioning or the exposure it is getting altered. And the plan is like lead and amyloid peptides gets exposed to the neuronal cells, and we have taken the isolated mitochondria, and we have studied all the associated with oxidative damage and energy metabolism, mitophagy and apoptosis and mitochondrial dynamics and biogenesis. All these things we have studied. And this is the methodological part. When you are writing a proposal, definitely people will see what kind of methods you have followed. This slide simply indicates what kind of methods I have done in the laboratory. I am not going into the details, but I will show the data. So the first one is the biomarkers of the oxidative damage and energy metabolism. I show how it goes. And here, the exposure of the latent amyloid peptides definitely causes the mitochondrial membrane potential. By using JC1 fluorescent dye, we have tested whether the mitochondrial membrane potential is getting affected or not. And the mitochondrial membrane potential is going down. And the mitochondrial mass, by using mitochondrial red dye, we have tested and mitochondrial mass is also going down. When mitochondrial mass is going down, the mitochondrial function will not be there properly. And oxidative stress marker like MDA, GSH said to be important marker. MDA should be low normally, and MDA levels goes up means oxidative stress is there. And glutatione is one of the markers when this should be in higher side when antioxidant levels should be in higher side normally. It goes down, it shows that free radical damage is there and oxidative stress is being induced. And we see like SOD superoxide dismutase and glutathione peroxidase, all these enzymes which is advertently affected, and the levels will go down, showing that the oxidative stress has been reduced. And you see the ATP levels also we have studied, and ATP levels also gone down with the exposure, and cytochrome C oxidase, NTP, and copy number, all these will go down with the exposure of the latent amyloid peptides. And you see the mitochondrial proteins. There are several proteins here, like NDUFC3, which represents the complex 1, SDHP, which represents the complex succinate dehydrated enzyme, and UQCR is assembly and stabilization of the complex 3. And these are all the proteins which represent each complex, which we have studied. All kinds of whatever the parameters, biomarkers are down regulated, showing that the electron transport chain is getting affected, which is altered. And you see all the individually like complex 1, 3 and 4, the levels you can see here, the going down of the levels means is showing that the electron transport chain is being affected. Here also you can check with the expression of the COX, UDCR, C2, COX4 and ATP5, NDF, SL3, SDH, all kinds of parameters, biomarkers have been, levels have been down regulated, showing that the mitochondrial function is going down. And even we have tested the real-time PCR, here also it is independently showing that the levels have been going down means the mitochondrial function is going down. And the salient findings of this objective is you have seen the depolarized mitochondrial membrane and decrease in the mitochondrial mass and MDA number, ATP synthesis has gone down and it has been increased MDA levels and decreased levels of the antioxidant enzymes, and also the mitochondrial respiratory proteins like NDFC and other associated proteins representing the complexes in the mitochondria has been down-regulated and shows that the mitochondrial function is going up. And next one is we are trying to see the mitophagy and apoptosis by using different markers. And see, these are all the markers like the pink and MPTP opening, where cytochrome C release will be there and as this thing gets activated, leads to the apoptosis. So this process is not a regular process, but when a toxic chemical gets exposed to the cell, this will be triggered. And here also, like you look at mitophagy and damaged mitochondrial dysfunction, you can see ultimately it goes to apoptosis. And you can see here the combination of the latent amyloid peptides. We have checked the viability with the mitochondria and also mitochondria ROS levels, reactive oxygen species levels have gone up. And the mitochondrial permeability transition pore openness, like MPTP involved in regulation of the transport of solid molecules between the mitochondrial matrix and cytoplasm, have been gone down, and mitochondrial cardiolipid plays an important role in this. It's a phospholipid, and it is levels have been gone down, showing that the mitochondrial function membrane activity is also not proper. And you can see the mitochondrial protein expression here, relevant proteins like cytochrome C, beta-actin and VDAC. All these levels have been altered here, showing that the mitophagy and apoptosis has been triggered. And you can see here the back include caspase 3. Caspase 3, one of the enzyme caspases, you might have seen the caspases in the apoptosis pathway. Caspase 3 is one of the regulatory enzyme where ultimately the whole apoptosis depends on the caspase 3 function, which will be triggered by the execution. It's called as the executioner enzyme, caspase 3, which is being upregulated, showing that the apoptosis is being induced. And the same thing we have checked with the RT-PCR also. The levels have been gone down, and some levels have been gone up, showing that it induces the apoptosis. And you can see the fluorescence microscopy images by using test 33258, where the more of the cells in blue color shows that the more of the cells dead cells are there. It shows that apoptosis is being induced. And you can see the mitophagy like protein expressions like TEN-induced glutatyl kinase and other like Markin and P1 all have been gone down, showing that the mitophagy is being induced and so that the mitochondrial function has gone down. And you can see the artificial data also, which is supporting the previous data, the Western blot data, and showing that PIN1 and other associated markers have been gone down, showing that the mitochondrial function is dysregulated. And the salient findings of this one is, and normally we increase T1 said to which are helpful for which are the markers for biogenesis. More of mitochondria, how it is getting generated by these markers. These markers have been tested and they have been altered here, and showing that here you can see independently the mitochondrial biogenesis proteins normally increase the mitochondrial numbers. So here the PGC1 like peroxisome proliferated activated receptor gamma activators are like members of the BBR gamma family, and the mitochondrial consist protein like PGC1, NRF1, NRF2, SIT and TFM are significantly decreased here. So therefore it shows that the biogenesis has been altered and more number of mitochondria is not being synthesized. And the dynamics of the fusion and fission is altered here. This slide indicates how fusion plays an important role, how fission plays an important role, and why the balance is required between the fusion and fission. So more of mitochondrial formation and whatever the mitochondrial debris removal is very much required for the normal function of the mitochondria. And the salient findings say that the mitochondrial fusion proteins like FMN1 and MFM2 and OTAC were treated with cells compared to the control, and they were decreased, and the mitochondrial fission proteins have been increased like GRP1, FIS1, and the mitochondrial biogenesis markers like PGC1, SIT1, NRF1, NRF2 and TM were significantly decreased, so showing that biogenesis is not there. And the outcome of my whole study is that it has shows that calcium dysregulation and increase of oxidative stress and increase of mitochondrial permeability and more of apoptosis and down regulation of the electron transport chain complex protein and defecting the mitochondrial biogenesis and mitochondrial morphological changes. All these form the basis for the mitochondrial dysfunction. And also you can see that impaired metaphagy, impaired mitochondrial biogenesis and impaired mitochondrial fusion, enhanced mitochondrial fission, all triggers the mitochondrial dysfunction and abnormal mitochondrial dynamics. So my conclusion is the mitochondrial dysfunction is maybe because of induction of the mitochondrial permeability transport 4 and to the T1 and formic levels, and ultimately it shows the defective mitophagy, and the mitochondrial dynamics are altered and biogenesis impaired, and there are more of oxidative stress parameters and deformation of the mitochondrial membrane and down regulation of the electron transport chain complex, and which leads to the oxidative damage and impaired mitochondrial respiratory chain. So therefore we should in the mitochondrial malfunctioning and dysfunction, the triggering of the mitophagy, apoptosis, oxidative stress and inflammation and other associated parameters and decrease in the biogenesis plays an important role. Ultimately the ATP synthesis is not there in the body.
Thank you, sir, for the great talk. And dear students, it's your turn to interact with sir and to get clarity for your questions. Mic over to students. It's a great opportunity given to the students to interact with the scientists. Dr. Challa Suresh Garu, you can rise. Okay. I request Dr. P. Bhargav Bhushan Rao sir to give the closing remarks of the session.
Good afternoon, sir. So from my side, I have a small question.
Please go ahead.
Sir, actually, we are now using unleaded petrol. So previously, it was we didn't remove the lead in the petrol also. So in that time, many people used to have some issues with lung and all those because of the unleaded petrol, leaded petrol.
You are correct, absolutely correct. And leaded petrol has been replaced with unleaded now.
Yes, sir.
It's a rampant problem at USA also, United States of America also. There also they started using unleaded petrol. And over the period of time, getting exposed to the leaded petrol causes damage without our knowledge. Yes, that is correct.
Yes, sir. So thank you very much, sir, for your valuable session. So your session is very informative, sir, and especially you have discussed regarding the toxic aspects of food impurities and all those. And your concentration of work is mainly based upon the lead, how it is impacting on the brain and creating some Alzheimer's disease, etc. Sir. So all the present work that was done is excellent, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for your informative session. So students got benefited with regard to that. Sir, now these days the food are being preserved for a longer period of time in the refrigerators. So does they cause any sort of impact on the health condition?
That is a different altogether topic because storing is not a proper thing because I represent methods of nutrition.
Yes, sir.
Definitely longer duration storage is causes kind of acidity and other things.
Yes, sir.
Which causes damage relating to the generates more of oxidative stress.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. And now I request all the dignitaries to come forward and felicitate Dr. Challa Sureshgar for his great contribution in the field of neurosciences, especially in turn of Alzheimer's. Students, please be patient and continue with the sessions as we are almost at the end of the sessions. We are gaining a lot of information, inputs and insights from various disciplines of neurosurgeons, spine surgeons and neuroscientists. I hope this symposium is introducing great opportunity for us to interact all these professional bodies, right? Am I right? Is this symposium really working in your mind? Are you understanding really what are the neurodegenerative disorders existing among us? And really we are traveling with neurological disorders. Am I right or wrong? Yes, truly we are traveling with the neurological disorders in these technical days. And the most thing we have to follow is stressless lifestyle. If we feel stress in education in every age, stress regardless of age, stress is making a move with all age group of people, with children, with adulthood and with old age, regardless of discrimination of male or female. What my humble request to you all students is nothing but lead a stressless life. What the ultimate suggestion of Dr. P. Vijaya ma'am? What the ultimate suggestion for us from the valuable suggestion dropped from the neurologist of Lalita Hospital, Dr. P. Vijaya ma'am? May I know from you? May I know? Decrease your screen time. Walk for at least 30 minutes. Are you walking daily? Walk regularly, lead the life in a healthy way. And may I know the insights of Sri Krishna Chaitanya sir? Can I hear from you students? Sir done the greatest surgeries which are taking place in America, UK, that kind of surgeries done in the platform of India by the great spine surgeon Sri Krishna Chaitanya. Am I right? See, in these days there is no discrimination between pharmacy and medical sciences. The collaboration of pharmacy, medical sciences and engineering, all these together bringing the outstanding leads of neurological interventions as our Pro-Chancellor sir declared this. Right sir? Dear students, we have one more session, attractive and interactive session with, ahead of us. with Dr. Samatha ma'am. Continue your patience and pay your attention in the conference. Really, this is a great opportunity provided to us by the Institute, AMNT Memorial College of Pharmacy. On behalf of every participant, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the management of AMNT Memorial College of Pharmacy for conducting such a great symposium on new discoveries in brain and neurological disorders. Now I request all the dignitaries, Chairperson of AMNT Educational Institution, Dr. Shanti Srinivas Reddy Garu, Global Secretary, Mr. Manas Reddy, the Pro-Chancellor Sir, and other distinguished dignitaries to come forward to felicitate Dr. Challa Suresh Garu for his greater contribution in the field of neurodegenerative disorders, Alzheimer's, with a big round of applause. We are privileged to have one final opportunity to learn from an expert in the field of neurosciences. It's now my privilege to have Dr. Samatha ma'am, neurologist, KIMS Hospitals, Guntur, who will deliver the final scientific session on this symposium. And Dr. Rahman Sir, Professor from Vignan Trivandrum University, will be as the Honorable Chair of the session, and I request the Co-Chair of the session, Mrs. M. Annie, Department of Pharmacology, Bapatla College of Pharmacy, to introduce the Chair of the session to Dr. Rahman Sir. Please come, ma'am.
Very good afternoon to all distinguished guests, respected delegates, and my dear colleagues. It's my privilege to introduce Dr. Sheikh Abdul Rahman Sir. Professor Rahman Sir is having 24 years of teaching and research experience and 13 years, 10 months of administrative experience. He has published about 131 research and review articles in indexed journals with a total impact factor of 250 plus. His total citations are 1406, H index is 18 and 19 index is 41. He has published 27 patents and granted 4 patents in the field of pharmaceutical sciences. He has authored 9 textbooks and published 26 book chapters. He has received 1.63 crore grants from DST, SERP, ANRF, DST, FIST, ICMR, AICTE, UP, NRG and SID grants. He has delivered 69 scientific presentations as resource person. He has received 24 awards from various government and non-government agencies such as Education Excellence Award 2024, Global Faculty Award 2023, Best Researcher Award from APTI, doctoral programs, 79 PG projects, and 15 founding projects and 21 UD students projects. He has organized about 90 plus national and international events as convener. He is life member of ABTL, IAO, FIC and ITA. He is well expertised and experienced in NAT, NBA, QC, NIRF ranking, global rankings and ISO qualifications. He is as NAT, QCA assessor, VOS chairperson, IAEC chairperson, APTA, AP, EC member, AP state regulations, design and development of biosensor-based medical devices, medical apps and diagnostic kits. His leadership and scientific rigor make him ideally suited to chair this session. I warmly welcome Dr. Rahman sir to act as chair of this session and to introduce today's speaker. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful interaction about mine. So, moving on to the last session of this mega international event organized by A.M. Reddy College of Pharmacy, A.M. Reddy Group of Institutions. So, it is my immense pleasure to introduce about today's resource person here for the last scientific session, Dr. Samata Mukkamalla. So, Madam has completed her MBBS from the Government Siddhartha Medical College, Vijayawada. She did her MD Medicine from MGM Medical College, Aurangabad. She has completed her DM Neurology from Amrita Institute of Medical Sciences. Her area of interest, subject area of interest is on cognition and epilepsy. Dr. Samata is a consultant neurologist at Kim's Sikara Hospital, Guntur. She is expertise in stroke management, migraine and central nervous system disorders. Her key area of expertise is stroke management, interventions of migraine, chronic headache relief, general neurology and central nervous system disorders. It is it's a great privilege to have such a wonderful person in front of us, right? It is the present the need of the hour to all the society. Is it right or not? Because we are all now, not we are all. In the society, so many people are suffering with neurological disorders because of upgradation of all the electronic goods and especially the mobile phone, right? So many people are addicted and they have spoiled their lives also. And I hope this session is going to be very much useful and beneficial to the public, and whatever skills and the knowledge received from this session, you please share with your relatives and the public. Thereby people will be in a safe side. Okay? So thank you very much for inviting me as a chairperson for this wonderful session. Now I would like to invite Dr. Samata ma'am, please come on to the dais and deliver this session. Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. I thank Principal Sir and Chancellor Sir and my chairpersons and the whole faculty of A.M. Reddy College of Pharmacy and even the students for giving me an opportunity to speak here in this international symposium. So my talk for today is cognitive neurosciences, what are the challenges and opportunities. So am I audible to the back, students? I hope you don't sleep for the coming 30 minutes. Well, coming to cognitive neurosciences, so many things are there. While reading pharmacy, how many people are, you are used to the drugs in neurology, like gabapentin or pregabalin or antiepileptics like clobazam, phenytoin. How many have read those chapters? How many are aware of that? Do you have anatomy, brain? How many have read about brain? Yes or no? At least a yes. Okay, fine. Then I'll go to the topic. So human brain is made of so many neurons, and in between the neurons there are many synapses and connections going on. So how do they work? So many neurons help in, there are many neurons and each neuron has a specific function. Some help us in thinking, some help us in speaking, some help us in paying attention, some help us in keeping our memory intact. So this is how the neurons act, and on the whole we call it a cognitive neuroscience. So coming to cognitive neuroscience, it includes your memory, it includes language, attention, social cognition, emotions. These all come under cognitive neurosciences. So why are we learning this today? You see many of us, like after 40, some people will come to us telling, when you complete your study and you come to the work field, you'll know that many people come and tell you, I'm not able to remember things, I'm forgetting, having dementia, or I'm not able to walk fast, am I having Parkinson? Because of Google and AI, many people come to a diagnosis and then they come to you. So then we have to give them an explanation. So today you need to listen to this talk. So cognitive neuroscience is not just neurology, it needs interaction between a neurologist, a psychiatrist, a psychologist, a neurosurgeon, neuroimaging, genetics and artificial intelligence. All these make up a cognitive neuroscience. That is how in the future generation we are going to help people recover, diagnose early diseases and treat them so that they don't end up in the last stage of disease. So why does cognitive neurosciences matter? Because now the disease burden is increasing. Post-COVID, we are seeing many people suffering from dementia. Because during the COVID era, something like 1.5 to 2 years, no one has gone out of the home. They have stuck to home. They have less interaction with the friends, family members. So many people went into depression, then landing up in dementia. What we call it as Telugulo andaram madhyamarupu ane padam vaadtam. That is what is happening. It doesn't only, madhyamarupu anedi okka dantlone undadu. Like it can come to you in stroke patients can have dementia, Parkinson disease patient at the end stage can have dementia, or any road accidents, traumatic brain injury, they can have dementia. Any infections like meningoencephalitis or autoimmune encephalitis, this can cause dementia. Any tumors can cause dementia. So we need to pay attention for all these cases. Not only like each and every disease can turn into neurodegenerative and land up in dementia because the whole brain neurons are getting lost there. So because nowadays there are many advances like neuroimaging. We do MRI, we do PET scan, we do EEG, we do functional MRI. There are so many such sort of things because of which we are able to know which part of the brain is helpful in speaking, which part is helping in keeping the memory intact, which part is able to keep us being attentive in a class, which part is helping us to see, view an object. So in this way, different areas in the brain are their function is being known based on these investigations. At the same time, apart from imaging, we are even going a little bit down. Like we are looking at the cell level, genetics. We are looking at the protein level, proteomics, and then epigenetics. In the molecular neurosciences, we get all these things. Epigenetics, where we have a normal gene, but either because of radiation effect or the food or the lifestyle, the gene is getting changed, and that is leading to a cognitive disorder. Like we are getting some degenerative disorder which need to come at 80 years of age, we get it at 40 or 30. That is how things are happening. Then neuromodulation. Like if you have any problem, there are some devices which can change the way the neurons are acting in the brain. Those we call it as DBS system or focused ultrasound. These sort of newer inventions are coming over the past 25 to 30 years, because of which we are able to look deeper and deeper into neurons, their interactions, and that is how we are able to help the patients. So today, directly I'll come to the talk. What are the opportunities? Like how we can solve the problem at an early stage. How and what are the challenges we face when we're trying to solve the problem. So first thing is early diagnosis. For early diagnosis, we need to have an image of the brain, which you all know. Once you come to a doctor, they will advise MRI. But why are they advising MRI? Is your brain appropriate for your age? Sometimes a 20-year-old patient brain looks like an 80-year-old brain. Why? Is there excessive cell death? Why is it happening? Is it a genetic problem, or it is a lifestyle problem, or what? Or it is any infection caused or autoimmunity caused? So to know all this, we do an MRI imaging. So in general, specific areas of the brain are lost. Then we come to know where is the problem. In Alzheimer's disease, I think you have been hearing this word for the past 2 days. So you know about this. So in Alzheimer's disease, you will have temporal lobe atrophy, medial temporal lobe. That is where your memory stays. Whatever you read, it is there. And if you have any problem with that area, gradually you will lose your memory. Then in cases like frontotemporal dementia, it is another type of dementia where your memory will be intact, but the way you behave looks odd. You keep on fighting with people, or you don't mingle up with people, or keep crying, laughing, inappropriate, or spending excessive money, borrowing money, or trying to kill people. These sort of different behaviors suddenly comes up in a patient. So then we suspect, okay, he is behaving abnormally, his neurons are in some problem, so where is the lesion? That is how we do an imaging for these sort of people. And nowadays, because we are sitting, sleeping almost all the time, seeing at the phone, because of the phone and TV, we almost sit and we do nothing. We are getting diabetes and hypertension at an early age, something like 35, 40. By the time you know that you get diabetes, you had hypertension and diabetes, it is somewhere 5 years gone. By the time your blood vessels in the brain are gone and your neurons all will die. And by the age of 60, you will become demented. So kids, stop using phones very badly. Okay. Just to prevent dementia, you need to keep your phone away and have a healthy lifestyle. The prior teacher, that madam has clearly told very well that you need to go for walking, you need to have an adequate sleep time, keep your mobile away, lead a stress-free life. These all lifestyle changes can prevent the neurodegenerative disorders. The session you have been attending for the 3 days. Okay? The next advanced feature is, nowadays, because we are interested to solve the problems, we are taking the blood samples from every patient and normal people, we are comparing it. So what is there in the problematic person? What is there in the patient, what is not there in the patient when we are comparing. In dementia patients, we have come to know that there is a thing called phosphorylated tau. This is present in the neurons. Once the neuron dies, this comes out into the CSF. That is how its level increases in the blood. So presence of elevated tau is a sign that you have dementia. And the patient becomes dementic. After presence of tau in the blood, and after 10 years, the patient shows symptoms. So most of the degenerative patients might come at 70 or 80, but the process starts in the brain at the age of 55 and 60. So our lifestyle will decide how you are in the future. In the same way, amyloid beta left from the brain, if it becomes excess, will cause dementia. So how will it be cleared? When you're sleeping, all the blood vessels in the brain open up, all the amyloid will be brought out of the body, like into the general body circulation from the brain. If we people start sleeping at 3 and wake up at 6, watching all the Korean dramas or whatever dramas, all will become demented by 40 or 50. Remember this, your amyloid won't be excreted out. So another thing is neurofilament light chains. This can be seen at any age. Once your neurons break down, you will see all these things in your body. So presence of this can show that you can have a Parkinson or a dementia, or there is traumatic brain injury or multiple sclerosis, or any sort of neurodegenerative disorders can be noticed with the presence of this neurofilament light chains. So how do you know, like when a person comes to us that I have a problem, we do some assessment. That is called the MOCA scale and the MMSE scale, where we assess with points, for 30 points, for 100 points, how his attention is, how his language is, how his memory is, so how his vision and how is he observing, all sort of things we see, and based on that we will give a scoring. On next follow-ups, we will find to know whether he is improving or worsening. If we do this at an early stage, we have medications which can prevent them from becoming even worse. And nowadays we have smartwatches, smartphones, everything very smart. So we know how our health is, what is the heart rate, what is the BP, how much time we are sleeping, all these things we come to know. And because of that, whether our activity has slowed down or, when your brain is not in a proper condition, people tend to sleep less, they become irritable, they become lazy enough to sleep all day long. These sort of things are a sign of neurodegeneration. Okay? So we need to assess this, and we are becoming aware by using these smartwatches, so that you can tell your BP or heart rate or the steps you are moving to your doctor when you visit them, and they will come to know what sort of problem you might land up in the future. So artificial intelligence is one thing which we have as of now, which is helpful. Now whatever points I have spoken, like I have done an MRI for a patient, I have done a genetic testing, I have done the CSF and blood analysis, I have done cognitive assessment. If I keep all this in the AI system, as it has a large database, like Western population, Eastern population, the database is there. So it can analyze everything and let us know in what sort of disease this patient might land up in the future, or he is in what sort of disease. So AI will be helping us. It can never replace us at any point of time. So next point is precision medicine. If I come to know the age of the patient, what are the genetics, how did the disease start, with what symptoms, and whether he's having any other vascular problems, based on the family history, based on all this, I'll come to a conclusion that the patient has a disease. So whoever has Alzheimer's, it is not that we'll be prescribing the same drug to everyone. We should look at some things like genetics. If the patient is having genetics, we'll screen the whole family. Anyone will land up in that. So that in the initial phases itself, we can give something like amyloid degenerative drugs, so that they don't land up in Alzheimer's. And rate of progression. Generally, any Alzheimer's or any dementia patient, they progress over something like 5 to 10 years. But if the patient is deteriorating within 6 months or 1 year, then it is definitely not Alzheimer's. Something treatable disease like autoimmune encephalitis is there, and we should address that. So behavioral symptoms. Alzheimer's disease people will be cool, calm, whereas FTD people which are doing bizarre behavior, I can differentiate that based on the clinical symptoms. So, precise medicine we can give when I get a new genetics and fluid biomarkers, lifestyle and environment. I can tell them you modify your lifestyle. You have diabetes. Uncontrolled diabetes will lead to neuronal death. So already because of degenerative disease, the neurons are dying. And the diabetes or hypertension will add up to more neuronal loss. which will make him iterate faster. So if I suggest him some lifestyle modification, it will be a help for the patient. So next thing which we got is a brain mapping. So we are going even and more advanced. We are going at the level of neurons, their synapses. So now, you know, in the previous talk, the doctor has showed you that there is a frontal lobe, there is a temporal lobe, there is a parietal lobe and occipital lobe. Priorly, treatment was based on what lobe was affected. Now the treatment is based on networks. So how is the language network? How is the memory network? How is the attention network? So we are targeting these networks so that it will help the patient for a better recovery. There is a term called human connectomes. So in this, we will look at the structure in the brain, what structures are involved, and the same way if those structures are inactive, how will they function. So for this, we use diffusion tensor imaging and functional MRI. These are helpful to us in patients with seizures. You know, epilepsy, generally some people with genetic disorders get at the age of 1 or 2 or something like in months, and they'll be suffering throughout the life. When we do this sort of investigations, we'll try to know where the lesion is, and we can dissect only that network so that it doesn't spread and it doesn't cause further seizures, or at least the morbidity will decrease in the patient for them to have a better lifestyle. So these are the networks which are useful for your attention, your memory, language. So next thing is brain-computer interface. So you know, many people like in women, mostly road traffic accidents, they might have a brain trauma because of which they might not be able to use the limb. So there we can use a prosthetic hand or a robotic external support, because of which they can walk, or they can do anything. So this brain-computer interface will tell us, he will think something in his mind, and this computer will interpret what it is, and it will give a command, and the external device will implement that activity. So we can use it in speech. If a patient have a stroke in a speech area, and rest of the thing, whatever you're telling, he is able to listen, understand, he can do his own work, but he is not able to communicate to you back. Then you can use the speech restoration therapy, because of which he can be able to tell words, then sentences in such sort of way, so that communication is easy for the person. Motor processes, as I told prior, like hand or limb is not there. We give artificial things, but now if you think in your brain, then the hand can move. He can catch the cup, or if you need to drink water, he can catch it in the bottle and drink. In that way, this motor processes will help. This locked-in syndrome, it is where your brain is normal except the brain stem. Okay, your cerebrum is normal, but your brain stem is not normal because of stroke. Then those sort of patients will have normal cognition, can speak and all. I mean, they can think, they can understand, but communication is at fault. So these people, by using speech restoration therapies, they can improve. Same way ALS. It is where all your nerves will get paralyzed. You will be alive, you will be seeing, but you can't talk, you can't express, you can't move. So these sort of devices can be helpful in those patients. So what are the challenges? How many have you seen in your surrounding environment people using this? Very difficult, because one is costly thing, one is limited availability, only in some places it is available. So these are the things which need to be looked out. So these things, if they need to improve, we have to, we need to create something, or we need to get the things done in our area. At least we should start it, and then only the things will come into our area. So next thing is neurorehabilitation. Neurorehabilitation is like, neurorehabilitation, generally we see our physiotherapists doing hand and leg exercises. Apart from that, there are many other things Visual reality rehabilitation, where you can see on the computer screen that you will be walking in a park. You will be seeing an environment of park and you need to walk. So you feel like walking in a park. You are walking in that park or you are crossing that road. In that sort of thing, your brain becomes active and it feels like doing the activity more and more. In general, when we suggest physiotherapy, no patient is interested to do. But this sort of visual things will create an enthusiasm in them to do the activity. Robotic assisted therapy. In some patients, they cannot move because of some cervical fractures. In those patients, we attach them to a robot where the machine will start moving their legs and hands, because of which there will be no atrophy for them, and gradually the brain will start, the new neurons will pick up the old damaged area and the patient can start walking. AI-guided rehabilitation. If you take the help of AI, artificial intelligence, it will know where is the problem, so what level of exercise should be given to you, how much you are improving daily, that will be assessed, and next harder level of exercise or rehabilitation techniques will be advised to you. Adaptive cognitive training, where the patient has memory issues, either attention or calculation problem or a memory problem, then the computer will start giving you work so that you have to solve those problems. It will start with the easy thing. If you are solving the next level, harder questions will come. If you are not able to solve them, you will be at a basic level. So if you give hard questions to a person who cannot solve, he will get frustrated and he will stop the cognitive rehab. So if you keep on giving easy questions to a person who solves it, there is no point. He cannot improve. So here the computer helps you in gaining back your old memories. So in this neuro rehab, one more thing is home monitoring and telecommunication. The thing is, because many patients stay in village or the rehabilitation centers are not available, they can, because of the smartphones or smartwatches, they can record all their vital data and they can send to us how much time they are walking, what is their step length, and all they will tell to us. In the same way, we can communicate back to them, and what sort of things yet to be done, we can communicate. So next comes is artificial intelligence. So now how is artificial intelligence helping us? It can interpret an MRI fast and it will tell where the stroke is, and we will know what the time when the damage has started and what duration is available for us to give us any injections like thrombolytics, or we need to remove the clot, thrombectomy procedures to be done. So AI will, it's like fastening your procedure. In that way it is helping in stroke. In the same way in epilepsy, the patient is having fits. So how frequently or what is the chance of him getting a second episode of fits? Based on the diet, based on the prior EEG's history, it will let you know. In the same way, when we need to go for an epilepsy surgery, like removing some part of the brain which is causing seizures, then we need to do prolonged EEG for some days, like 4 to 7 days or 10 days. That 10 days duration, you can't sit in front of the computer. So when you use the help of an AI, it can decode you faster and it will help you to localize where the lesion is, how many times the seizure is there, where the problem is, and are the MRI and EEG correlating. These sort of things will come to know. And AI in dementia, priorly I told you, MRI, blood test, all the cognitive assessment, these all will help us to know. So what are the limitations and ethical considerations? So AI, first we need to give a data to the AI. That is how it will remember and it will assess whatever we are giving it. So if we are using only Western population data and if we use the data to assess an Indian population, it is difficult. So at that point of time, the data should be uniform from both sides. So there comes a point of bias. Like if you are using one population and we are comparing it with another population where the disease is rare, then or where it is frequent, that will give you a mismatch. And patient privacy. So when we are giving all this, like about the MRI, his cognitive assessment, whether he's having dementia or some emotional problems, all these sort of things will be there, where that can be leaked and it might he might lose his job, or he might have this problem of going into society, or he might not get an insurance, because AI helps you to detect faster than the 10 years later when he presents to you. So these sort of problems are there. So we need to look into that also. So till now, those are the opportunities. Like we'll do imaging, we'll do blood tests, we'll do the treatment fast, we'll be using AI, we have neuro rehab, like based on the engineers developing and computer software people developing the systems, and we are using it for rehabilitation, brain mapping. These are all the opportunities we have got through newer and newer technologies. So what are the challenges we are facing now? So brain complexity. As you know, there are something like 80 billion neurons and 100 trillion synapses, like the connection between the neurons. So, what connection will lead to what sort of movement, we don't know. Because 80 billion neurons and each brain is different. So, no one can assess each neuron in every person. So, there comes the problem. Every brain is different, and animals and humans are different. So, when the synapses become strengthened, if we keep using a same network, the synapses become strong. If we don't use them, they become like disused atrophy. So this leads to a term called synaptic plasticity, which will help you either to become strong or become weak in that particular aspect. So dynamic connectivity. There is not always like 1, 2, 3, 4. That is not the link in the brain. 1, 10, 100. That can also be a link. So these sort of neuronal connectivity keeps on changing. That is how a brain is different. So there will be a continuous adaptation. That is called neuroplasticity, where if you have a stroke, or if a patient has a stroke and some brain tissue is gone, that activity is taken by the surrounding tissue. That is called as neuroplasticity. That's why a patient who has stroke or any trauma, patient after 3-4 months with rehabilitation recovers because of this mechanism of neuroplasticity. So there is inter-individual variability based on the genetics or their lifestyle, their stress, their brain cortex. Whatever reason, we can't compare one individual with the other individual. Then translational gap. The thing is, we do all the experiments in mouse or rat, and then the experiment works very well. When it comes to human, we cannot implement that, or there will be no success at all. That is because their brain is different, our brain is different. So we must try to reduce this gap so that the medication would be beneficial. Then comes the ethical challenge, like how I told you. We should, when the data is with us, it will be private. But keeping in computer, using AI, it becomes like a public issue. You keep in computers, like if you go to a center, where, I as a doctor, suppose I started using AI, it will be there in the software, and that software link will be somewhere in Delhi or US. So most of the human brain data will be all kept. And sometimes if there is a misuse or there is a leak, that might lead to loss of privacy of the patient's data, and it might cause some problems to the patient. And then is the healthcare inequality. How I said, like in the villages, we might not have access to a doctor, we might not have access to investigations like MRI or normal blood tests, or we might not have access to a rehabilitation center. So these are all the problems. Whereas if you are living in some town or city, you might have some fast access compared to the villages. Or limited access to the genetic studies, and this healthcare inequality is also a challenge for you to treat patients. Because if they come at a later stage, we can't do anything in the neurodegenerative part. If they come at an earlier part, we can modify like lifestyle diseases or the stress they are undergoing, or some genetic studies we can do, and we can tell them that this is a problem where at any mechanical level, if enzyme level there is a problem, we can supplement some protein to them or amino acid which can revert the brain back to normal on daily supplements. Those we cannot do if they are staying somewhere far and come in the end stage of life. So how can we reduce this healthcare inequality? Either through teleconsultations, we can do or making the blood test available almost all throughout the area where we are, so that they can come and whenever the problem is there, we can do those tests. Then interdisciplinary collaboration. The thing is, as I told in the initial stage, cognitive neuroscience is not just neurologist or neuropsychiatrist. It is a teamwork. The neurologist, psychiatrist, psychologist, genetic disease person, neuroimaging, AI, these all. We should all collaborate together and then we should do. So how many really have access to this sort of collaboration? So very few centers will have this. So remaining people might be at a disadvantage. So if we have this, this works better than individual person work. So till now what I have told is now what we are seeing. So next future, when you grow up or maybe 10-20 years, we'll have more advances. The blood tests now which are available only in Kerala or Delhi might be available to us in and around Guntur, Hyderabad, so that we have a free access to them, we can do them at a reasonable cost and identify the disease early. And then continuous cognitive monitoring, where now we have access to the watches and all, where we can monitor our sleep, heart rate or BP, because of which our walking style is normal, or are we slow, or are we fast, or there is any heart problem. These sort of things can be known and we can get an early treatment. And even if you're staying in the remote areas, with teleconsultations or tele-rehabilitation services, you can have rehab centers, even you can do your rehab even staying in a remote area. And brain-computer interface, that is one thing which is important for us to become better. So now, neurologists in 1990s, we were treating which part of the brain. Now we are changing to which network is getting damaged. Because if a patient of stroke with same lesion, two patients with same lesion as an MRI, but one will walk better than the other. Because one person's walking network is gone, the other person's walking network is spared, even though it is in the same area. That is why we are treating the networks, not the part which is affected. And multimodal approach. So based on one thing, we can never tell you have a disease. We will look at 3-4 things and then only we can comment that the disease is there, which is in the early stage, so you need to take a treatment. So now the take-home messages. Cognitive neurosciences bridge the gap between the neuroscientists, technologists and clinical medicine. Brain networks are the transforming thing now which we need to look at and treat. AI and biomarkers are being made available, they might be made available in the future in every center. Ethical thing should be there when we are using AI, and accessibility to every patient should be there. Thank you.
Sincere and insightful talk. Dear students, this is our last opportunity to interact with Dr. Samantha ma'am. You can raise your questions. I request co-chair ma'am to give her remarks, closing remarks. Please come forward and give your closing remarks.
Thank you Bhargav Bhushan Garu. Thank you, sir, for conducting this very important session. And also, I congratulate and I give my all heartfelt thanks to all the delegates and also the chair of this session, Dr. Rahman sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, ma'am. I request all the dignitaries to kindly come forward and felicitate the session's speaker, Dr. Samatha, neurologist, Kim's Hospital, Guntur. I request ma'am to kindly accept our felicitation. Dear all dignitaries, please come forward and proceed the felicitation event to Dr. Samatha, neurologist, Kim's Hospital, Guntur.
కొంచెం దగ్గర కూర్చోండి మేడం ఓకే
Thank you, ma'am, for accepting our felicitation. Now I request the chair of the session, Dr. Rahman sir, to accept our felicitation and the theme of the stage. Please continue in the felicitation event to Dr. Rahman sir, Professor from Vignan University, Guntur.
మేడం కొంచెం దగ్గర
Thank you for accepting our invitation and making your presence personal. Thank you so much for accepting our felicitation event. Thank you so much. And I request the co-chair of the session, Mrs. Annie ma'am, to accept our felicitation. I request the dignitaries to kindly proceed the felicitation process.
మేడం కొంచెం దగ్గర కొండ
Thank you ma'am for accepting our invitation and attending to the Pune International Conference. I thank all the dignitaries on the stage. With this, we came to an end of the scientific sessions, and then we have some cultural events by our AMReady group. I invite the cultural participants to come over the dais and give their graceful performance.
बैकग्राउंड ले रहा हो तो बोलेंगे कहीं पे
ना पक्का ले माना ना उसे
ब्रो
yeah. Put your thumb behind it, yeah.
contribution that they have got through presentations, e-poster or oral poster presentation. It's my honor to invite the dignitaries onto the stage. Firstly, I invite Dr. A. Pavani, Dean of Academics, A.Reddy Educational Society. Please come on to the dais with a big round of applause. With a great heart, I invite Dr. P. Bhargav Bhushan Rao sir, Principal, A.Reddy Memorial College of Pharmacy. Thank you for gracing the space. One of the highlights of every scientific symposium is recognizing and celebrating excellency in research and academic presentation. It's now time for the prize distribution with the poster presentation held during the 3-day International Symposium on New Discoveries in Brain and Disorders. I request our esteemed dignitaries to kindly present the mementos to the winners. I announce Young Scientific Traveler Award to Ushasri from Geetham's University, Vizag. Young Scientific Traveler Award to Ushasri from Vizag, Geetham's University. I invite faculty members to come forward. I invite all the faculty members from A.M. Reddy and other colleges to please grace the dais. I invite Subbarao sir from Chicks College, Prashanti ma'am, from Anjiviti College and from Bamata College and from Chennipati Indo-American Institute of Pharmacy, Chandana ma'am. Ashok sir from regarding the presentations, under the Department of Pharmacology, the first prize goes to 2 colleges. The one is K. Jyoti and Pujita from Chennipati Indo-American School of Pharmacy. And another let us listen the insights of Ushasri from Geetham's University.
Good evening everyone. So myself Ushasri from Geetham University, PhD scholar. So I would first of all thank the organization A.M. Reddy Memorial College of Pharmacy for conducting this 3 days International Symposium. So from these 3 days I have learned a lot of things which I have taken a lot of new discoveries which leads to implement the AI technology, gene therapy as well as identifying the biomarkers in my research. I would also like to have one more word. So when I came to this A.M. Reddy College of Pharmacy, a lot of students has interacted with me. So what I have observed was a lot of students are so enthusiastic and excited to know what the futures for, and they have also discussed about
my research topic. So what I want to say the organization was, so all we need is to give a little push for our students to achieve their main goals. So I wish the organization in future to conduct successful workshops ahead. Thank you.
And the Memorial College of Pharmacy is always ready to hear the voice of students. Thank you so much. And in the Department of Pharmacology, I announce the first prize, K. Jyoti and Pujita from Chennupati Indo-American School of Pharmacy. And the other first prize goes to Hemalata and Lasya from A.M.Reddy Memorial College of Pharmacy. Second prize goes to Lasya Grace from National Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences. Lasya Grace from Leeds and Marshit from A.M.Reddy Memorial College of Pharmacy. Second prize goes to Lasya Grace from Leeds and Marshit from A.M.Reddy Memorial College of Pharmacy. First prize goes to Hemalata and Lasya from A.M.Reddy Memorial College of Pharmacy. Second prize in the Department of Pharmacology goes to Varshit from A.M.Reddy Memorial College of
మేడం ఇటు చూడండి మేడం అంతే
From Department of Pharmacy Practice, first prize goes to C.H. Sandhya Rani from Anjareddy College. Another first prize goes to Tanuja from A.M.Reddy Pharmacy College. In the Department of Pharmacy Practice, first prize goes to C.H. Sandhya Rani from Anjareddy College of Pharmacy and Tanuja from A.M.Reddy Memorial College of Pharmacy.
మేడం సార్ కొంచెం వెనక్కి జరగనా
And in the Department of Pharmacy Practice, second prize goes to Dr. K. Teja from Chips College, Guntur. Dr. K. Teja from Chips College, Guntur.
మేడం
బట్ నేనైతే మాత్రం చాలా హ్యాపీగా ఉన్నాను. మీరు ఎలా ఉన్నారు? యా, ఈ 3 days ఈ సెమినార్ దాంట్లో మనం చాలా లెర్న్ చేశారా మీరంతా? యా, ఐ హోప్ యూ కెన్ లెర్న్. బట్ డెఫినెట్లీ ఎవ్రీబడి లైక్ ప్రిన్సిపల్ సార్ కానివ్వండి, అలాగే ఆల్ ఫ్యాకల్టీ మెంబర్స్, పేరు పేరున చెప్పాలి అంటే ఇప్పుడు చాలా మంది అవుతారు. బట్ ఆల్ ఫ్యాకల్టీ మెంబర్స్ అండ్ టీచింగ్ అండ్ నాన్ టీచింగ్ అండ్ ఇంజనీరింగ్ ఫ్యాకల్టీ మెంబర్స్ అండ్ ఎవ్రీబడి ఈ సింపోజియంలో మన అందరికీ అంతా ఈ ప్రోగ్రామ్ ని సక్సెస్ చేయడానికి ప్రతి ఒక్కళ్ళు వాళ్ళ స్థాయి శక్తుల కృషి చేసి ప్రతి స్టూడెంట్స్ అంటే ఎన్ఎస్ఎస్ కానివ్వండి, అలాగే స్టూడెంట్ వాలంటీర్స్ కానివ్వండి, మీరందరూ కూడా ఎంత బాగా కష్టపడి మీ ఫ్యాకల్టీ మెంబర్స్ కి కోఆపరేట్ చేసి చాలా గ్రాండ్ సక్సెస్ గా కంప్లీట్ చేయగలిగాము అంటే మీ అందరి కోఆపరేషన్ వల్ల మనం చేయగలిగాం. స్పెషల్ థ్యాంక్స్ టు డాక్టర్ జగన్నాథ్ రావు సార్ అండ్ స్పెషల్ థ్యాంక్స్ టు ఆల్ ద గెస్ట్స్ who are coming from the abroad and local people also. అండ్ అందరికీ కూడా మన కాలేజీ తరఫున నా ధన్యవాదాలు తెలుపుకుంటున్నాను. బట్ మీ అందరూ ఎంత అంటే పావని మర్చిపోయారు. మీ పావని మేడంని మీ పావని మేడం కూడా మిమ్మల్ని అందరినీ ఉరికెత్తించి మంచిగా ఎనర్జెటిక్ గా మిమ్మల్ని అందరినీ బాగా యాక్టివ్ గా తయారు చేయించింది. అలాగే డాన్స్ మాస్టర్ జానీ తక్కువ టైంలో మీ అందరికీ మంచి ప్రాక్టీస్ చేయించారు. అలాగే నరేంద్ర కానివ్వండి, అంతా హార్డ్వేర్ మంచిగా ఎక్కడ ఎటువంటి డిస్టర్బెన్స్ లేకుండా మంచి హెల్ప్ చేశారు, బాగా చేశారు. ప్రతి ఒక్కళ్ళు కూడా చాలా మంచిగా చాలా కంప్లీట్ గా సక్సెస్ఫుల్ గా కంప్లీట్ చేయగలిగాము అంటే బికాస్ ఆఫ్ యూ ఆల్ యూ గైస్ హెల్ప్ వల్లనే జరిగిందండి. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. ఐఎమ్ హోపింగ్ డెఫినెట్లీ వీఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు కండక్ట్ this type of seminars in the future with your cooperation. Thank you very much. I request Dr. A. Pavani Madam to convey the oath of thanks. I request esteemed guests to be please seated. Please be seated, and dear students, we are going to conclude within few minutes with a glimpse of these 3 days international symposium on brain and neurological disorders, challenges and excitements. And dear students, this is a victory of a team of every group of education institutions, particularly Yes, dear students, formally I request all the students to be seated, and remember your credits are there in your certificate. Till the end, the last minute, your certificate credits will be given if your presence is there in the auditorium. So I request all to be present here in the seminar hall, not even a single move to the corridor. Be seated. Within few minutes, with the vote of thanks, we are going to conclude. The way back, the symposium steps. Let me brief you in a glimpse. In the month of October 2025, the International Brain Research Organization grant speaker support was released under the guidance and able visionary support of Dr. Atluri Srinivas Reddy Garu and advisor Dr. K.S. Jagannath Rao Garu. The faculty members, we together applied, and out of all the globally 22 countries, India, in South India, everything got the grant that is IPRO. That is the first achievement. Followed by the leader, that is the global leader, the leaders, Rabindranath Tagore leader అవార్డులు ఓన్లీ కాలేజీగా ఫ్యాకల్టీగా సెక్రటరీ వాళ్ళ కాదు, స్టూడెంట్స్ కి ఇండియన్ అకాడమీ ఆఫ్ సైన్సెస్ ఎస్పెషల్లీ లిఖిత్ గాట్ ఇండియన్ అకాడమీ ఆఫ్ సైన్సెస్ का इंटर्नशिप अवार्ड्स and Gayatri got Vikasit Vibrant Bharat 2026 internship for 100 days and MOUs, coming back to MOUs with the intro and MOU with the not only the academics, research paranga kuda chuste innovation. For example, మీ అందరికీ తెలుసు ఆల్రెడీ మనం MOU చేసుకున్నాము కృష్ణ గారి that is Ratan Tata Innovation Hub MOU with AM Ready Group of Education Institutions. ACIC Innovation and Incubation, that is ACIC from Bangalore. We have MOU with the Snyder Core Company and pharmacy. We have 100% of placements for the final year students in B Pharmacy this year. This is a big thing, to be frank. Not only internship, not only research, not only in academics, but also in projects. Along with that, coming back to these 3 days international symposium, the day begins the welcome performance from Rayalaseema, Konaseema. Special thanks to all the welcome dancers, including the dance master. Followed by the first and foremost speaker, the plenary talk by Dr. Muralidhar Hegde garu, who started with DNA. DNA is a beginning of the science. Danilo, DNA to degeneration of the human brain. Mottam research from Avakaya nunchi America varaku cheppinattuga, from AMR Group of Education Institution nunchi Houston Methodist America varaku. He told very strongly that AM Reddy did the best in providing confidence in a sound manner. Followed by your favorite madam, Professor Kasaro Vinashita. She is, and there is of course our secretary madam will disclose the information because that is like MOU and collaboration with Indo-Japan. So followed by CEO of Lalita Super Speciality Hospitals, who gave a broader insights, especially the brain-related and disorders. ఎంత చక్కగా నెరేట్ చేశారు అంటే ఈవెన్ హెల్త్ హ్యుమానిటీస్ బ్యాక్గ్రౌండ్ లేకపోయినా అర్థమయ్యేలాగా చక్కగా వివరించి లైక్ అవర్ బ్రెయిన్ ఎలా ఉంటుంది కాస్మిక్ అక్కడ నుంచి అండ్ elaborately she explained how to improve the health, followed by the of course the hospital session was concluded. The day 2 started by whom? Everyone gurtunda? Day 2, yes, somebody is saying Anita Mahadevan. What's her specialty? Majority of you promised which bank? Thank God, not SBI bank kada. Brain bank and the importance of the preserving of the brain and the research, especially by the year 2050, the brain disorders, especially the degeneration, how the effects and impact of brain have been covered by Anita Mahadevan garu, followed by Kavita Babu garu. అందరూ వచ్చి చెప్తుంటారు టైం అప్ అని తగ్గేదేలో మన అచీవ్మెంట్స్ చెప్పాల్సిన ఎట్టి పరిస్థితుల్లో. కవితా బాబు మేడం, దట్ ఈస్ ఫ్రమ్ బెంగళూరు, ఐఐసి బెంగళూరు, who focused on the research especially done in brain and neurological disorders. Followed by whom? Yes, of course, you know, the robotic surgeon mitochondria and gut. The same point was covered. మీ అందరికీ తెలుసు పొట్ట బాగుంటే అంత బాగుంటుంది అని. Same point mitochondria and how the gut health is related to brain health. And followed by, of course, Samata ma'am also covered the point where the collaboration of all interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, the intervention of artificial intelligence in health humanities. That is the major thing you have to remember, dear students, to have. And అందరినీ ఫైనల్ గా ఒక చిన్న డైలాగ్ అలవైకుంఠపురంలో అబ్బా అందరూ వస్తున్నారు కదా ఇప్పుడు విన్నారా? అలవైకుంఠపురంలో సినిమా కాదు, టోటల్ భాగవతం రాస్తున్నాను. అలవైకుంఠపురంలో నగరిలో ఆమోద తోటకున్నాను కళ్యాణ మోక్షం ఉంది. విష్ణుమూర్తి అక్కడే వస్తాడా? వెనక లక్ష్మీదేవి అక్కడే వస్తుందా? కల్పవృక్షం కామదేవు మొత్తం వైకుంఠం అంతా కిందకు వస్తుంది. ఎందుకు చెప్తున్నానంటే మేము ఇవన్నీ ఇంత అచీవ్మెంట్స్ చేయడానికి కారణం ఎవరు అంటే కొత్త వ్యక్తి ఉన్నారు మా వెనకాల. ఎవరు? She is the leader. Where she came and provided the platform to accomplish all these achievements. So, ఒక్కసారి dear students, a big applause with a standing ovation to Shanti Srinivas Reddy madam, please. With a standing ovation. A lady, dynamic and energetic, vibrant and supporting backbone to all. So, a big round of applause to Shanti Srinivas Reddy madam for providing this. So, providing all a great platform in South India to conduct this vibrant and very grateful international symposium. Thank you very much. Over to Geeta madam signing off. Thank you. By the hands of the chairperson. May I now request everyone to kindly rise for national anthem.
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you all for your gracious presence and participation.